Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Let me make sure that everything is set on my end. Welcome. I didn't even let the people know that we were live yet. Welcome, everybody. Listen, we already got started. We definitely got some stuff happening in the courtroom. They're talking about Mia. So we got to get right into it, guys. Welcome, everybody. Hit the like button, please. And thank you. The duck. We were just talking about you. We're like, where the hell did the duck go? Oh my God, the duck. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope everything's okay. I was like, sometimes this Diddy trial isn't for everybody. So I completely understand, if people can't really be around and stuff like that. But I was talking about you the other day. I was like, hope the duck's okay. Welcome. Welcome. Hey, Miss Bennett. How are you? Good morning. Shout out to you before I go. Lady E is in the house. Gordon, 64 San Ho. Welcome. Tasha, shout out to you, Ms. Dumini, Miss Dumini. Cap B, the 5, good morning. Miss Misty, Tasha, everybody, Susan, Nebby, NJ, thank you guys for being here. Ooh, Anise, welcome. Hey, Nelly, how are you? Shout out to everybody in the chat. Hey, Mama Empath, welcome. Maramello's here. Aduco's in the house. Thank you. It's Jeannie. Shout out to you from the UK. Y'all, we are international. We are everywhere. Hey, Mandy, how are you? Paying a visit, all quack. Shout out to you, man. I hope you're doing well. I was just talking about you. Dazzler, how are you? Okay, we about to get started. I think we got, hold up now, because I already got notifications. Alrighty. Yeah. We got it. 6 minutes in, 7 minutes in. You got to remember that court, the attorneys have to be there at like, for me, it would be very early in the morning, but for them, it would be 8:30. So they're Eastern. I'm not Eastern time. So that's why I'm like, oh, I'm definitely hours, what is it? Behind while they're ahead. Okay. So we are on day 12. Welcome, everybody. We are on day 12. And so we had the cross examination of Deontay Nash, which I am working on a pre recorded video for that one, as well as Capricorn Clark. So I have a lot of pre recordeds on my list right now. Definitely, probably doing those most on the weekend because it's a little bit easier on me, but I will be doing those then. Okay, so about 9 minutes ago, the jury comes in, and Mr. Combs, Alexandra Shapiro for the defense speaks. The article and the scrapbooks are not being offered for the truth. So they're still going back and forth about evidence. Every time I hear they're not being offered for the truth, it's very likely that they're talking about evidence. Things that aren't there, things that are there, things that are happening. I hope we don't have that many breaks today, and then we could just get through and no sidebars. But it seems like we're getting right to the nitty gritty of things, so we're gonna have a lot of sidebars. Okay. Um. So the AUSA says that the article, which is the government, the article says that Combs wanted to get to the bottom of Biggie's murder, but the feds are investigating us. They've been trying to get this in. Enter the chat. Biggie? Let this be the trial. And this is just my opinion. I've always felt that Diddy had something to do with Biggie. Now, I could be wrong, probably very wrong, but I've always had this nagging feeling about it, along with Tupac. But Biggie, to me, Diddy is the personality, in my opinion. Now, that's not what this trial is about. Please note that. But to me, he is the person that wants to cut out any kind of competition, and I think Biggie was his biggest one. Yeah, so Biggie's being mentioned this morning. Good morning, Mustard. How are you? Oh my God, Mustard, I haven't seen you. Hope you're doing well. Let me know how y'all feel about that. Like, I'm just letting y'all know. Um, you don't think it was an intended target? Say more. This is just me, okay? But already we're talking about evidence involving Biggie or something involving Biggie. This will clear it up on the transcripts. Hold up, y'all. I gotta blow my nose. Let me get something to blow my nose. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. So she says, government. The article says that Combs wanted to get to the bottom of Biggie's murder, but the feds are investigating us. They've been trying to get us in. The judge responds. If it went back into the jury room as evidence, it could be prejudicial to the prosecution. But to let the jurors look at it as a demonstrative, this is what the judge says. Government speaks. If they flip it through, okay, if it's passed around, we'd want a limited instructions. All right, the judge says, who is going to be cross-examining Mia? Mr. Steele is. This is what Shapiro just said. Mr. Steele. Okay, so now Steele gets up and starts speaking. And if we could redact the part about Biggie's murder, so they're still talking about evidence. Biggie's murder, redact that part. It's more than that, the judge says. You concede that the articles are not relevant to this case. It's a scrapbook that was put together. A scrapbook? A scrapbook is evidence? Okay. You've been given some leeway, the judge says. I'll leave it to you. Steele responds, I don't want to waive the issue. Thank you. The judge says, the social media post, there's an objection. I overruled it. The text messages, my sense is that there are parts in the thread that are hearsay. The government speaks. They're trying to show that the defendant was going through some heavy shit and that and that's why he was asking this. And that's why he was asking this way. Judge then says, what about her smelling her own armpit? Government says, that's irrelevant. Judge says, okay, 401. What is, I don't know. I'm not saying it. Who's acting this way? And who's smelling armpits? That's what I want to know. Who's acting one way and who's smelling armpits? Already. Yeah, I'm lost. We're like, Yeah, no. I'm like, I don't do the subliminal. Let me see what CNN is saying. CNN doesn't really capture some of this stuff. Oh my goodness. See, an assistant identified as Mia is expected to testify today. That's what the judge says on the bench. But the jury is not in yet. When testimony resumes this morning, Deontay Nash, a stylist who worked for Sean Diddy Combs, who was also Cassie's friend, is expected to take the stand again for a second day. So Nash is coming in today. So they're probably going to finish up with Nash, and then they're going to start with Mia. Prosecutors have said the plan to call a woman identified as Mia to the stand today. She's one of Combs' former assistants and alleged victim. The judge denied a request for prosecutors to cut a video feed to the overflow courtroom of the duration of Mia's testimony. Prosecutor Madison Smicer asked that the only audio be available in the overflow spaces to protect Mia's anonymity. Oh, they're going to keep her anonymous. So she's going to be in like a courtroom video feed? The judge said anyone in an overflow room would be in the main courtroom if there was sufficient space. So the video feed will stay on. So she's not even going to take like this. Why is freezer meat still like a thing? This guy's really like, let me show you what I'm talking about. I guess he's going into podcasts. Like he's going everywhere. Talking about, I apologize to Cassie. I'm sure Cassie don't want nothing to do with you. She probably don't even like, I don't know about freezer meat guy. 64 Sanho, that's what we're trying to find out. Who is Mia? Mia's an anonymous person. You know what? I was thinking the same thing too. I can't get the armpit part out. We all gonna need coffee for this one too. I got coffee. Yes. The shorthand gives no context. Church and Chrome. You're right. I'm so lost. I am so lost. Honestly. Somebody said, wait, who's smelling whose armpit? This is what they said. What about her smelling her own armpit? This is what the judge asked. Huh? I have a lot of questions. So we will not know or find out who Mia is. I think Mia is going to remain, from what the sounds of it, is going to remain anonymous. That's what it sounds like to me. And let me let the people, everyone. We live now. Let me put this out here. So Nash is still going to finish up on the stand. We live now. And we left a little bit on Nash. I guess it was really weird because it was like, clearly Nash still has a friendship with Cassie Ventura. He still talks with Cassie. He called her the day before yesterday to congratulate her on the baby. And not only is it Cassie, but he also talks to the designer too. You know, the one that was pulled over what is it? Over 17 floors? I think he like hung her over 17 floors. That one. They're still all friends. All of them. But yes. So we'll find out. Let's see. Okay, we have an update. Okay, so the judge says something about, what about her smelling her own armpits? I don't know that's relevant. The judge says, okay, 401. All right, government says, at about 8:55 a.m., the defense sends me a slew of messages about Deontay Nash. They should be excluded. The judge then says, Mr. Donaldson, what are these? Xavier Donaldson speaks. We want 2 photos in. The rest are for impeachment. Government speaks. I was told of the photos last night. Fine. So Nash is in today. We're going to finish up with Nash. Hooey. I don't know if, do you guys think that Nash hurt the case last night? I think that that's the thing we have to look into as well. Good morning, everybody. I agree. It's like, I'm glad she had a baby. I'm glad sounds like her and her delivery was good. And that's what really matters at the end of the day. I mean, I can't imagine having to go testify at the federal court over this huge thing and the social media coverage that it has, you know? And then you got people just being stupid too, doing the most. Like, yeah, no, I would, yeah. You had a wonderful sleep. I'm praying that all the content creators keep Mia anonymous. She's going to be kept anonymous. She's terrified. Please keep her anonymous. Vicky, she's going to be kept anonymous. She can't even, like, I don't even think they're going to bring her in the room. They're going to bring her in a different room. That's what I heard. But yeah, Nash has nothing to gain from testifying. I agree, Baby K. He brought context to the organized nature of the RICO. I think so. I think Nash did that a lot. He cooperated a lot, but because I think for some of us, you know, yeah, Cassie, I would say Cassie, yes, she was the star and everything, but not like, this one was a little bit different. And I also want to say, like, even reading a little bit of Capricorn Clark's testimony, I had some concerns for sure about the things that she was saying. That was the question that I had. Was she discredited? That's the question. And like I said, I'm working on another video for that one. So keep an eye out for that. But yes, Diddy and his team do know the victims' identities. Those in the court overall will know when taken to the stand. I don't think they'll know. I don't think they're gonna let anybody know. Even if she takes a stand, they can actually get a video. They can get a video of her, and they can get her like on a, what is it, a screen. So people won't even know who she is. Now, I don't know about the voice, but the jury still has to hear her, and they could hear her through headphones too. So they might present like a video or like a live feed video where they can interview her. That's what it sounds like they might do, which they could totally do that. People can speculate all the time who it is, and I have my own speculations, but who knows? Judge says, bring Mr. Nash back, and then our jury. Okay. And then the government says, we rebooked this witness flight for 2 p.m. We are hoping he will be off the stand in time to make that flight. All rise. Mr. Donaldson asks, how are you? Dante, blessed. Okay, Donaldson, DX 1806 text from you. All right. Oh, this is like bless. How are you? Bless. Donaldson and Nash, I don't know, man. I was so tongue-tied reading about the hairstylist part. I was like, okay, he's a hairstylist. What's the relevance of all this questioning? Where are we trying to go with the hairstylist piece? Yeah, I think that they are. Vicky. I think that they are. They're going to put her in a live feed room, I think, or like a video live feed. Did you see? I did see. Is there another one? Was there another one that was filed on the Farnsworth? Was it Mr. I forgot his name, but he has a lot of frivolous lawsuits too. I saw that too, so I don't know. And the shade continues. All right, guys. Good morning. Here we go. Let's see. Do we have... This man will always stay blessed. Somebody said in the chat. Yeah, he will. Let me make myself a little smaller. Here it is. Y'all ready? Here we go. Let's see. What was Capricorn Clark's role in 2011? The mixtape. She was gone. What did she work on when she was there? Maybe the photo shoot you guys showed yesterday? I learned a lot from Capricorn, actually. Already that's... Okay. Oh, shit. It's too early to be cussing. He said, I learned a lot from Capricorn, actually. Did you guys get that? Is he going to strike that? Vicky, I have a question if you're in the chat. If the defense is doing the cross-examination, can they strike even when they're doing cross-examination what a witness says on a stand? Are they able to do that? Or is that like a... I don't know if it's a technicality thing. Let me know. I'm kind of curious about that. The petty is there. The petty never goes away. Oh, man. Celebrity. I'm sorry. CNN says that defense resumes cross-examination of celebrity stylists. Okay. The jury's entering now. And Xavier Donaldson continues. You said, I'm late? No, we just got started. You're right on time. You said Nash is annoying? The 5, you're not feeling Nash? Is it because it's like, I will say that the cross-examination was very lengthy because of the back and forth. I'm like, can we just get to the point? You think that the only one they object? Okay. Good morning, everybody. For those coming through, make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I'd appreciate it. We have over 300 plus people here. Okay, thank you. I'd appreciate it. You think he's like? I don't know if I would say that, because he did wipe his social media before he got up there. So yes. Okay. Thank you, Vicky. Yes, a defense attorney can make a motion to strike witness statement while the witness is on the stand, but the judge ultimately is a decision maker on to grant it or not. So, like, Thank you for shout out to Vicky. So like here, when he said maybe the photo shoot you guys showed yesterday, I learned a lot from Capricorn. I think he would probably strike this. I learned a lot from Capricorn, actually. I don't know what that means. Are they talking to each other? Are they even supposed to be talking to each other? If they are, I don't know. I don't know, man. You're a stand for Nash? You said Nash is so LA. The vibe's like, I'm annoyed by Nash. Everybody's seen a little bit. I don't know. Nash is bringing the humor. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. No update. I don't know what. I think you're a little bit behind. You said update on my chat, but there's no update. Not yet, at least. Okay, now we see an update. Hold up. Here it is, 6 seconds ago. Do you recall a picture of Cassie in green hair? That was a group idea. This is what Nash says. I walked the carpet with Cassie in New York at the VMAs, and it was curated. It was a curated look. Donaldson then asked, "You had to get approval?" Yes, from Puff. Ooh. He said yes from Puff. They had to get approval. I know we were just talking about what's up with the comment about the big what are they in the armpits? Yes. Thank y'all. Thank you. Y'all make sure you guys are misspelling the salty words. You can say them, just misspell them. Diddy's trying to get every testimony struck from the record as best as he can. That I did notice. They're trying to get a lot of things impeached and struck and everything. I'm sorry. If I was in a jury, after, like, if they said it, I'd have a hard time going back, not listening to it again. I'd be like, huh? The way they're impeaching and striking here is just crazy. It'd be hard for this one. When I did jury duty, I don't even remember it being like this. Nothing like this. Okay. You say Mr. Combs was kicking Cassie on the ground. The unfortunate eye gash incident, correct? Yes. You didn't tell the prosecutor she was kicked while bleeding? They didn't ask. I only answer what they asked. All right, then. They did mention it, Baby K, this morning. They mentioned Biggie this morning. They did. So he's like, basically, they didn't ask me, so I didn't say anything. Oh, man. You said I find it hard to believe? I don't know, man. They want this guy done by 2. So, I mean, if they're, well, he has to leave. His flight, I think, leaves at 2. You said, no, he did say that. I specifically remember. You didn't tell the prosecutor she was kicked while bleeding. They didn't ask. So, Mags, I think that what Donaldson is referencing is that there's a questionnaire that's separate that they have, right? And they're looking over that. And so they're reviewing the not the questionnaire, but like maybe the statements that they made independent of the trial with the prosecutors versus what they're saying on the trial now. And then they're using that to kind of discredit what's been said. That's what I get from this. So maybe there were things that he said, didn't say. I'm not really sure as it pertains to this. No update. Let's see. How do you guys think the defense is doing? Where do you guys stand with this? I mean, where's everybody at? How do y'all think the defense is doing? Is the defense doing well, or how do you think the government is doing? I think that the government has done well laying the foundation to certain aspects. There are some things that have been said here that I do wonder about credibility in terms of like, did it happen this way or the person itself? You know what I mean? You said the defense is a mess? Okay, we have an update. Let me see. Donaldson, you know Cassie was in a relationship with Kid Cudi while she was in a relationship with Mr. Combs. Oh, okay. You didn't know that? You didn't know? I thought she and Puff had broken up. Oh, wow. Let me read that again. You know Cassie was alarm. You know Cassie was in a relationship with Kid Cudi while she was in a relationship with Mr. Combs. Oh, okay. You didn't know that? You didn't know? I thought she and Puff had broken up. Mm. So, just so we're clear, um it's not enough. Here comes the free Diddy comments. You invited them in, sis. I'm sorry. I mean, you're going to have people that believe different things. And I mean, it is what it is. But how is the defense doing? It's Rabbit, not how is the defense doing. Here comes the comments. I'm wondering. Hey, Kay Barron, how are you? For 10 million, the defense should be further ahead in my. Well, with that, Marie, with that many people, you got 9 top of the line attorneys. Like, they should be, I'm sorry, they should be doing everything, right? They should be ahead one way or another. It's 9 defense attorneys versus 6 prosecutors. You know what? You're right. This is a good point. I would have, if I was Nash, I'd have been like, oh, and Diddy was in a relationship with everybody. So it kind of works out, right? It kind of works out. You're right. Diddy was in a relationship with everybody. I don't know. I think what it really comes down to, hey, Bean Becky, what it really comes down to though is that it don't matter who you have, if the truth or if the facts stand on their own, like they stand on their own. Yeah, they're so confident. They're talking about we go in 5 weeks. You're right. You're right. Let's see. Okay, Donaldson. Cassie was in South Africa. You were at the Revolt conference in Miami, correct? Yes, I was there to style Little Kim. So you, Nash interrupts. Yes, I put her together with Michael B. Jordan. I mean, he fine and she's fine. Why not? Hold on. The judge. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Objection. Okay. Okay, hold up. Cassie was in South Africa. You were at the Revolt conference in Miami, correct? I was there to style Little Kim. So you, and then Nash keeps talking. Yes, I put her together with Michael B. Jordan. I mean, he's fine and she's fine. Why not? Judge says, hold on. Hold on. Oh my God. Order. That was, Judge was like, stop. Yeah. Michael B. Jordan, enter the chat. Yanni, there's some, I would say maybe there may be some witnesses that I would say maybe some things that have been said, but not enough reasonable doubt. I would agree with that, in my opinion, too. Nobody, see, for the people that are saying that that, oh, this person is prep or they've been coached. Who, you tell me who coached Deontay Nash? Who coached him? Because they're not doing a good job. The vibe's like he's doing too much. Nash is a whole personality, apparently. I love it. You said it's a weirdo. You said objection. Enter little Kim to the chat. Gavel, gavel, gavel. Ha ha ha. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is GMAT here? Oh, hey GMAT. Um I love how he said, he's fine, she's fine. Okay, hold up. We gotta get it together. Okay, hold on. Okay, so then Donaldson then says, so Gina was in Miami too? Nash says, no, you don't put that on me. They kept me away from seeing Gina. Cassie got upset. Nash says, she said, why does he keep humiliating me in my career? Donaldson then responds, she was upset? Not really. Hold up. I'm still trying to recover from the he's fine, she's fine, but okay. So then Donaldson, I'm sure that there was something in between there. Donaldson says that, so Gina was in Miami too. Nash's like, no, you don't put that on me. Meaning, like, Nash is like, I don't know anything about that. They kept me away from seeing Gina. Donaldson then asked, Cassie got upset. She said, why does he keep humiliating me and my career? She was upset? Not really. Okay. Then Donaldson says, you set her up with Michael B. Jordan? Yes. And Mia drove it home, making sure that she had his number. Donaldson speaks. So a bad boy employee set her up with Michael Jordan. Then Nash responds, that's Michael B. Jordan. Don't mess that up. Hold up. Hold up. Wait. We really need a video. We really need to be there. Shit, not him correcting him. He said, so you set her up with Michael B. Jordan? Yes. And Mia drove it home. So Mia was going to make sure that she got the number. Mia drove it home, making sure that she had his number. So a bad boy employee set her up with Michael Jordan. That's Michael B. Jordan. Don't mess that up. Okay. Do you know Andre Branch? No. You were aware that Cassie was in a relationship with Andre Branch. Who's Andre Branch? Enter the chat. Andre Branch. Oh, and the cute football player? Yes, but I never met him. Donaldson then says, and in 2016 with Brandon of the NBA, sorry. Do you know Andre Branch? No. You were aware Cassie was in a relationship with Andre Branch? Oh, the cute football player? Yes, I never met him. Ooh. And in 2016 with Brandon of the NBA? Sorry. I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, that took me out. That made me laugh. Okay. Hold up, y'all. It's like early for this. Let me see. Andre Branch. He said it was football player, so NFL. Oh, okay. Okay. He plays for the Miami Dolphins? There it is. This is Andre Branch. I think he's for the Miami Dolphins or something. You said the Nash is gnashing. You know what, baby K, you're right. Meanwhile, Diddy's out there with everybody. So like this is fine. Okay. Um okay. Donaldson says, in these texts, you talked with Cassie about Michael B. Jordan. You say, no one better say shit to me. LY. What is LY? Love you. Or maybe it's a typo. LY know everything. I don't remember. I'm sure they were being antagonized by your client. Oh, oh. Look. GMAC, GMAC, go get Nash, please. Somebody go get Nash. Somebody go get Nash. Nash is on one today. Let him not miss his flight today because I know we need him here now. Somebody go get Nash. So go get Nash. Ooh, ooh. Um. Okay, it keeps going. Donaldson. Cassie was upset by Gina. Nash says he'd say, "Girl, let's go out and do our thing." Donaldson then asks, "Do what she want to do? Do what she want to do?" Nash responded, "Actually, we were both pretty chill. Stayed in the house a lot, but that would be fair." Okay. 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 So Cassie would say to Nash, she'd say, "Girl, let's go out and do our thing." And then Donaldson say, "Do what she wants to do?" Actually, we were both pretty chill. Stayed in the house a lot, but that would be fair. Gotcha. So it sounds like even though she was upset by Gina, if that was the case, they still go out and do their thing. Okay. Um, you know what? This right, K Baron. Keep that in mind. Like it's funny, but they taking it? Are they taking it serious? Are the jurors taking this serious? Because it is a sensitive topic. You're right, but I'm sorry, K Baron, but some of this is like, like what? But you do have to wonder though if like, hopefully the jury can see through the seriousness of it. You know what I mean? But I agree. Nash is making everyone laugh. He's cooking the defense lawyers. I don't know if he says a little jabs, and I'm sure that they'll object to or strike to some of this because it's like character assassination or something. But yeah, you said he's trying to put a show for the feds. Yeah, could his humor be a way? This is a good point because I know I do that all the time. Like if I'm nervous, I use a lot of humor to deflect. I do. I use a lot of humor to deflect, or yeah. So it could very well be both. Okay. Oh God. All right. So Donaldson said, "Let's read these messages. You do the blue." Oh, you got some names in here. Nash says, "Just go ahead. Where are you going?" Donaldson is Cassie. Secret trip out town. Girl, laugh. Hold up. Even everybody's laughing, apparently. Everybody's laughing. It says laughs. He said, girl. And the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor goes to Nash. They better make sure he don't miss his flight, because if this is what it's like when he's humorous, just imagine when he's upset. just imagine. Don't miss your flight, okay? Don't miss your flight. I know it's like rainy and cold in New York. Oh my god. Lord have mercy. Let's see. Do we have an update? Is he really like when he's reading these messages? Is he really like reacting back to how he was talking when this was happening? Lawyered Up says reading the text without commentary would be the most effective part of the cross. Says Lawyered Up. Yeah, but it's like, okay. I know, right? You said, baby, if you miss his flight, he's about to be on and popping. They think Gene Deal and that not. Oh my God. Yo, I'm not even. I heard a bunch of things about what happened. Did Gene Deal really knock that guy out? Oh my God, that's horrible. Okay. I don't know if he did, but anyways, Nash says, "Good friends don't pry. That's not my method." I just reply, "Girl." Combs, hold up, I gotta stop. Donaldson says, "Highlight the green part. Cassie's telling you October 30th, 2013. After the incident with the cut on the face, she says, I've already been turning up too much." Nash said, "Good friends don't pry, and that's not my method." I just reply, "Girl." Okay. And then Donaldson tries to kind of redirect and says, "Highlight the green part. Cassie's is telling you October 30th, 2013, after the incident with the cut on the face. She says, I've already been turning up too much." Oh my goodness. This is a lot. He said, "I can see him being like that all the time. I know someone like that." I agree, Lori. I agree. Let's see what you guys are saying. Good morning, everybody. Rabbit, it's a lie. No, Rabbit, it's a lie. What's a lie? Tell me. You guys make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I appreciate it. Here we go. We have an update. You say you saw her with a black guy on FaceTime around the same time of the Intercontinental. Nash says, "I saw it in person. When her makeup would wear off, you could see it. Okay, judge says, Mr. Donaldson, let Mr. Donaldson ask you the question." So he's talking to Nash. "Let Mr. Donaldson ask you the question." Okay. So the judge is kind of like, "All right, I'm kind of done here. Can we get to the question?" Hold up. This is what CNN is saying about Nash. Unprompted, Nash offered that he set up Cassie Ventura with actor Michael B. Jordan while she was on a movie set in South Africa in 2015. "Yes, I did hook her up with Michael B. Jordan. I know that I know where we're going with this. I know where we're going with this. Excuse me. He's fine. She's fine. I mean, why not?" Okay. And then the judge warned Nash a few times to wait for a question and only answer the question asked. Okay. So I think the judge is kind of like, I'm not entertained by the side stuff. So the judge is about to say something here. I think, yeah, that's judge is not necessarily a fan. Nash said that Ventura and Sean Diddy Combs broke up while she was in South Africa after she found out Combs was seen public with Gina at an event. Gina had been described in a testimony as an ex-girlfriend of Combs. No update. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, Nash is a character. I didn't think Gene Deal. No, I don't know. People are saying different things. Jacqueline, did it happen or did it not happen? I'm so confused. I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't see anything. I heard about it, but I didn't, and I don't think you would. I mean, for what? wow, all the Gene Deal is a personality on YouTube at this point. You know what I mean? So why would he do that? Especially given his, I don't think he would do it, but that's just me. But people have said that they saw him do it. I don't know. I don't think he did it though. Um, yeah, the judge may think that the people aren't taking it serious because everybody's laughing it up. So he needs to kind of change his tune a little bit. And I would be careful. Just like somebody said, was it the Five and Kay Barron, who was like, like this. It's funny now, but like decorum is everything. So we need to keep that in mind. I will say though, it was hilarious. Yeah, I think that's all he said, but I don't think he knocked anybody out. But I don't know. I wasn't there. And I'm pretty sure had he knocked anybody out, people would have probably filed charges on him. I mean, that's just how it is. Okay. Um, Combs Donaldson speaks. You read these after Cassie says the N is wasted. This N is wasted. We both did the same. Nash then says, is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about Gwen Stefani's song. Enter the chat, Gwen Stefani. He said, take your oh, shit. Hold up. He said, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset. And then Nash says, and we did. What are they? Okay, so they're reading messages. Let me see. You read these. After Cassie says, this N is wasted. We both did the same. Is there a lot of people there? Oh, it's talking about Gwen Stefani's song. Donaldson then says, he says, take your broke ass home and ride into the sunset. And we did. That's what he said. And we did. I think they're quoting a song. Huh. Jury see text message that Ventura sent to Nash in 2013. The jury saw a text message that Cassie sent to a stylist, Deontay Nash. I already said I'm going to ask Puff if I can go, but I've been turning up too much lately, which is true. The message said, referring to Sean Diddy Combs' nickname. Nash testified that the phrase turning up too much likely meant going out too much. Okay. Okay. The shit is bananas. Yep. Thank you. Tell them to hit the like button. Thank you. Yeah, I didn't think it did. I don't know. I don't believe it, but I don't know. That's what the rumor was. So I'm just telling y'all what the rumor is. Let me see. If Nash is still, is still on the stand. Cheeks, you missed it. You missed it. You got to go back on the very beginning. You missed it. You missed it. But yeah. That guy interviewed the model recruiter that said Gene was around when the essay happened, even though he wasn't involved. Oh, I haven't watched that. That's interesting. It's glamorous. But that's not Gwen Stefani. Isn't glamorous Fergie? Isn't glamorous Fergie? That's not Gwen though. He got the song wrong. Yeah, it's this is Bananas is Gwen Stefani, but glamorous is Fergie. Yeah, I was like, I remember Fergie singing that one. Okay. I could be wrong. All right, so Donaldson says, did she mention to you about having threesomes with other men? No, she didn't tell me. That's what Nash said. Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift up on May 10th, 2025. You told the government that the video came from her phone? So, yeah. We definitely need the transcripts. Yeah, Fergie was glamorous. We're waiting for an update, y'all. Well, if you guys are saying we need transcripts, we definitely need to donate for the transcripts, okay? Let me make sure. I told you out, they are not cheap. Hold up. Let me see. Let me pin this. I should have done this earlier. If you guys are able to. Here it is. That's pinned to the chat. If you guys want to donate, please and thank you. I know I've heard multiple people say transcripts. Well, please assist, and we will definitely deliver. Thank you. The YouTube guy came back on last night and said it was a lie, being knocked out by Gene Rabbit. Oh, okay, that's good. So it was a lie. It wasn't true. I don't even know how that rumor got started then. Kind of makes you wonder how it got started. Thank you. The Doc. Thank you, the Doc, for this super sticker. Thank you for being the first one this morning. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. You said this is hilarious. It's the only thing I will say about Nash, and I would say that I find it in the transcripts, is that because he's being very like, I mean, there's funny moments, but it's kind of like they make the transcripts a little bit longer. Like, I'm like, these are really like, because he's having to go back and forth and they're having to object and they're having to go back. Like, some of this can be also time consuming. I will say, though, very much entertaining, very much of entertainment value, but it can very much be a bit of a drag when you're reading through these and you're like, yeah, this is a lot. You know what, Stella? That's what I was thinking too. And somebody said it on Twitter that there's a lot of I can't say it, but there's a lot of shaming. So like Jay said right here, the defense primary strategy is to shame her, attempting to undermine her credibility as a victim. They're employing the same tactic that R. Kelly's legal team used against his human trafficking victims and former employees. Despite these efforts, Kelly was sentenced to 30 years in prison and still seeks to appeal this conviction. That's an interesting point. And I feel like maybe that's why they're bringing some of this, you know what I mean? But I would agree that we have to be mindful that that's likely what's happening. And make sure you guys, if you guys are writing the cursey words, you misspell them. Like SLUT needs to be misspelled. So yeah, it's not me. It's just YouTube. They'll come back and review the chat and then they'll, tag my video or something. Steeler Princess says, thank you so much, Steeler Princess. She says, Nash reminds me of the Santiago from the movie Legally Blonde. Don't you be tapping your last year Prada shoes at me, honey. Oh my God. He does, right? He kind of gives that. That is, I didn't even think of that. He totally does. Don't you be it was last season Prada shoes at me, honey. Yeah. You said yes, they did that as shaming for the Maxwell case and tore apart the victims on the stand, and she was found guilty and got 25 years. Y'all remember that? Okay. Let's see. Nash says, no, I told them. Okay, hold up. So Donaldson had said, Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift up. On May 10th, 2025, you told the government that the video came from her phone. Nash says, no, I told him that he would tape her on her phone. Okay, Donaldson says, isn't it true that she said videos were from her phone? Nash says he would record her on her phone. I stand firm on that. Donaldson says, you say Mr. Combs said you won't do this one thing for me? Yes. Okay. Let me go back a little bit. So Donaldson had asked, Mr. Nash, read that to yourself, then lift it up. On May 10th, 2025, you told the government that the video came from her phone. Okay, Nash says, no, I told them that he would tape her on her phone. Okay. Donaldson responds, isn't it true that she said videos were from her phone? Nash says, he would record her on her phone. I stand firm on that. Donaldson says, you say Mr. Combs said you won't do this one thing for me. And then there's a yes. So I'm assuming he said yes. Okay. And then there's, you said you saw Mr. Combs pointing in Cassie's face in the blind dragon, right? But you never told the government, right? The first you said it at trial? Nash says, I guess so. I gave them very little by phone. She says she didn't want to go. Okay. All right. So they're kind of going back and forth on what was said and what wasn't said. Coco's mom, thank you so much for this. I will put this on the bucket. Thank you, Coco's mom. Appreciate it. Oh my God, did my phone lose connection? And then, sorry, my phone's acting up. It wants me to get the latest, what is it, iPhone? I don't want to do that. Hold up, did I miss Thank you so much, Steeler. Appreciate you. You made me laugh on this one. Shanna says, love your reactions to Nash, and I'm enjoying your coverage of this trial. Shanna, thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Aw. Thank you. Thank you for this $5. I appreciate it. And thank you for supporting me. You guys can be anywhere else, but you're here. I told y'all. That made me feel so... I was thinking about that the other day. I was like, oh, thank you. Okay. Donaldson says, you helped pick her clothes for court. She couldn't fit anything. She needed clothes. For the pregnancy? Right. On that Friday after she finished, she called you and said, I'm done. It wasn't like that. Wait. So Nash picked clothing for Cassie during the trial? Is that what I'm hearing? Get some coffee, G-Mac. Get some coffee. Coco's mom, thank you again. All right. They're witnesses to the same trial. They can speak, right? Is that an issue if they're talking to each other? I guess I don't understand. She also called her to congratulate her on the baby. So she helped her dress herself for this trial. I guess that's the question. Is like, where are we getting at? Can the defense land the plane already? What's going on? I don't know why my Cash App is acting up. Maybe it's just my internet. Okay, it's working now. What do you guys think? Well, I'm trying to figure out where are they going with this. Okay, so he helped her pick her clothing for the trial. Because she's pregnant. Says she needed clothes. She couldn't fit anything for the pregnancy, right? On Friday after she finished, she called you and said, I'm done. It wasn't like that. Yeah, so are they not supposed to be talking to each other? Where are they going with this? See, Miss Toby, but how do we know that? You said as long as they don't talk about what they said the prosecutor, then they can hang out. Oh. Where do you guys... I'm wondering about this. Rabbit is doing a balancing act right now for all of us. She's legit dedicating her days. Aw, thank you, Didi. I try. Thank you. I just feel like they need to land the plane. Where are they going with this? Are they going to say mistrial? This is like the second attempt. Yesterday was their second attempt at a mistrial. The first attempt was with Brian Steele, unsuccessfully, by the way. The judge told him to sit down. and eat your food. That's what the judge said. He says, sit down and eat your food. Because you're not cute. That's what he said. This is not the YSL trial. Okay, that's what he said. You said defense. You said that I think I heard BJ say yesterday they're not supposed to talk to each other in the moment. Could be okay. I could have misunderstood, right? So don't quote me. Now I wonder, are they not supposed to talk to each other? The defense is trying so hard to do a mistrial. This would have been the second. The first attempt was with Brian Steele with the Kid Cudi situation. We talked about that. And then the second attempt was yesterday. That was the second attempt on the mistrial. On they couldn't argue, they couldn't figure out exhibits and stuff like that. They were going back and forth. Yesterday he said they do not talk about testimony, but they still speak. Oh, okay, let's see. Let's get an update. Okay, we have an update. Okay, so Nash has said it wasn't like that. Donaldson says, did you get Cassie super high? Nash says, what? What? No, I did not. Judge says, Mr. Nash, Donaldson says, this 29th birthday, you say she packed S toys in her duffel bag from her bedroom, right? Correct. Mr. Combs didn't say grab the S toys. Okay, so the questioning continues. And Donaldson asks, did you get Cassie super high? Nash says, no. He says, what? No, I did not. The judge says, Mr. Nash. Okay, Donaldson, this 29th birthday, you say she packed S toys in her duffel bag from her bedroom, right? Correct. Mr. Combs didn't say grab the S toys. Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going with this? You think the defense is on a train, not a plane? So they need to pull up into stations. It's taking forever. Lori says they can't talk about their testimony at trial. So how do we know they're not talking about their testimony at trial? Can anybody say that they're not? I mean, I hope not, but what else would you be talking about? You said, I don't think anything's wrong with them talking. The defense is trying to make the jury think it's something wrong, distracting them, says Queen of My Crew. Oh, could be. Yep. Let's see. Maybe he's just looking to like impeach him. Hold up. Nash says, they were going. Okay, Mr. Donaldson. Mr. Combs didn't say grab the S toys. Nash says they were going. Donaldson, one on the golf cart. Let's talk about Las Vegas. New Year's, 2016-17. You said you told Cassie was sleeping all day. Correct. Put on DX 1847 for the parties only. What's this? Cassie. All right, so they're showing them exhibits. Okay. I think that's all they're doing is just trying to figure this out. You said the defense is truly struggling? Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll find. I'm not there. We'll see how things are going. Hold up. So stylists, according to CNN, this is what a legal analyst is saying. The prosecution has to prove that Cassie Ventura was coerced to engage in commercial S acts. We've heard the defense claims. Their defense is that no, she willingly participated. So this is why Donaldson is questioning the way in which he's questioning, right? Like, she's grabbing the S toys. It's not that Diddy told her to grab the S toys. So they're trying to find, like, frame this as this is not a case like this. Like, she was a willing participant to this, right? So this is interesting. Hold on. Do we have an update? We have an update. The low budget producer you mentioned was there. Nash says, yes, right next to me, snoring. Donaldson says, you say Cassie told you another man was coming over and asked you to leave? Both of us, says Nash. Your reaction was a sigh. Yes. Interesting. Interesting. Mm-mm-mm. Look at this. Thank you, Black and Brown Missing Voices. Federal trial and witnesses are generally prohibited from interacting with each other. You think this is an issue that they're going to bring? I'm sure that they brought up every issue, right? I'm sure that they'll bring this up. As far as why it needs to be either he needs to be impeached or it needs to be a mistrial. Something. Well, if the jurors can go home and possibly talk to their families or spouses about the case, why would Nash talking to Cassie be a big deal? No way to prove they're talking about it. Yeah, there's no way to prove it. And they're not supposed to be talking about it with their family or spouses. But is it? I don't know. I know when I went to jury duty, I never did. Because I was a little paranoid. I was like, man, what if they watching me? You know? I didn't want to do nothing. You said that's not true. They could interact, just not talk about the case. Here we go. You saw a man walking around knocking on the door and they let him in. Yes. They were not drugs, right? He says we were doing them in our separate places. Once I start working, I just start going. I was packing my 10 body bags. Okay. Look at this. Somebody said in here, sassy witness like Nash scares defense attorneys. Nash speaks fast and can sneak in damaging testimony. His answers are unpredictable. Defense attorneys fear unpredictable witnesses. Body bags. I think he meant to just like, because they're big bags and you're packing a lot of stuff. Garment bags. Yeah, like body bags. Right, Storm. You said, gotta love Nash. Oh my God, y'all are crazy. Y'all really like Nash? Let me see. Let's do a little poll. Did Nash make your morning great? Go vote. You can say yes or no. Go vote. Yes. You said no. Shout out to the 5-5's like, no, no, no. Nash is like, I'm ready for, or excuse me, the 5 is like, I'm ready for Nash to be done. I'm ready for Nash to be done. Y'all are crazy, man. Nash is going to come out of here with a bunch of fans and watch. Nash, you better start your social media because you got people in here already supporting you. Okay, here we go. We have an update. Defense. Then they went to a hotel again. She didn't tell you she didn't want to go, correct? Nash says, actually, she says she wanted to stay home, work on her music. Donaldson says, read the green. Enjoy y'all time together. Y'all don't get much of this. Wow. Mm, mm. Oh my God. I know, right? Diddy docket? They kept Nash overnight so that we could hear about Cassie's hotter than Diddy dudes. What are we doing here? You know what? I think that they intentionally kept him overnight just for that. Just you said I love Nash. He's a whole vibe. He's a whole vibe. Oh my gosh. You know what, Maggie? I agree. Like it is funny, but I do want to get done. I'm like, can we move on? I'm ready for the next because he can't only keep up with this for so long. Because then the judge has to intervene. He already did like twice, I guess. He already like directed him twice. So defense says Nash testimony on the stand doesn't match what he told prosecutors before the trial. Mm, yes, yes, yes. So the defense is basically pointing out that what he's saying in the messages isn't what he's saying now or what he told prosecutors. And then again, that's been kind of like the theme that's been happening with some of the stuff, the testimony. We have an update. Donaldson, that's why you telling Cassie in January 2017 to enjoy her time with Puff, correct? Yes. Cassie wrote, I spoke up for myself, and you wrote you wish you were there with them on vacation. Nash says, no, I meant in Mexico, not with them. Oh, okay. It's so hard, but they're reviewing text messages from like 10 years ago, guys. Like, let's be real. I can't even if you were to show me messages that I wrote 10 years ago, hell, a year ago, 2 years ago, I probably wouldn't even be able to tell you the mind frame or the context that was in. And then, let alone having substance abuse or substance use around that. You know what I mean? Black and brown's like, good Lord, it's too early for auto texting, ain't working. Nothing's working. But let's be real. Think about it. Can you guys remember if you show me text messages? Okay. Um, I wouldn't be able to remember what I said or how shady I was or what I was doing, especially like when I was on my flip phone days. I can't remember that. Oh no. I wouldn't even know if I knew how to read it. Um, I don't know. Exactly. And I wouldn't expect them to repeat everything in verbatim. But I could see, especially if it's been like a couple months since you last seen your testimony and what you said. Think about it. Voice notes from 10 years ago, you're reading things. I was a whole, Matt, you're right. But even if you're just going to judge me on the things that I wrote 10 years ago about a conversation, I can't tell you what the state of mind was. Like, it's impossible. I don't know. You said, wait, Daniel Black. So far, he is the only man enough to go at Diddy, so he has my respect. I'm surprised Diddy didn't try to get it in with Nash, to be honest. Oh my God, Daniel Black. Put your comment down. You remember what you wrote last week? Or I don't remember what you wrote last week? Lord have mercy. Okay, we have an update. Here it is. Donaldson. Cassie wrote, the next room is on the beach. This one on the golf course. I have everything organized. Nash said, I wrote, LOL. Do you have a lot of shit? Donaldson is Cassie. Yes, but we made it all fit. Nash says, girl, you always on vacation. Yeah, everybody's like, please tell me we're going somewhere. Please tell me we're going somewhere. Please tell me we're going somewhere. Oh my God. No update yet. Mm. Yeah, I would agree with you on that, Vicky. But one thing I've learned, if there's anything that I've learned overall, at least from the little bit that we've seen, because I don't feel like we've seen everything yet. Clearly, we haven't. Is that um, this man wasn't just violent towards. I mean, he was violent towards everybody. You know, everybody. Anybody can get it. That's what it sounds like. Now, granted, that's not what this trial is about per se, but he definitely could turn on just about anybody. That's what I've seen so far. I think that that's something you can't really discount. Mm. But yeah, what I hate the most, yes, I read that. Let me see what you guys are saying. That's, that's a good point. How can she consent? If she's high as AF. Hey, didn't they push Keefe D's trial back? Like it was supposed to happen in March this year and it didn't happen. Did they push it back further? See, now that trial, that trial, oh, oh. That's going to be a trial right there. I want to know what evidence they have. I want to know what evidence I would love to cover that one too, but hey, okay. All right. Combs says, excuse me, girl, you always on vacation, Nash said. Donaldson, you stay in touch with Mr. Combs? Nash says, yeah, because he was cutting up. Donaldson, oh, I get it. You did a seafood thing with Cassie. Correct. Donaldson, DX1814, you know Kim Porter who tragically passed. Yes, enter the chat. Kim Porter. Enter the chat, Kim Porter. Oh man. Um Huh. You said Nash is being walked into a trap. He confirmed he takes secret trips. She takes secret trips. And the FOs are on her phone. And he told the government that in 2025. Say more, Born King. They set up Diddy. They discuss what she said and tell him what to say. I'm ready for the. You said I'm ready for the, you're like I'm ready for the next witness. I think we all are. Um, he better not miss his flight. Okay, girl. And I hate that they're using Kim Porter to make him look like a saint when we all know he used to beat the. He used to be Kim. He. That's the thing. Is like we're waiting for an update. Anyways, let me keep that opinion to myself until I'm ready to make it because I'm not really ready to make that opinion. Let's see. Hey Belen, how are you? Trigger warning for all. Are they about to go to break? I think they are. We're still on Nash. So I want to know how they're going to cross-examine Mia. I think, like I said, they might keep her in another room to do it. It's Michael B. Jordan. It's Michael B. Jordan, okay? Because Nash corrected Donaldson on that one. So we have to correct. It's Michael B. Jordan. That's who it is. Hold up, y'all. I got to get something real quick. Sorry, I had to run. Let's see. Only Mia. Yes, everybody hit that like button, please, and thank you. Appreciate it. Let's see. Sorry. I had to run and do something real quick. So they asked about Kim Porter. You knew Andre Harrell passed. Yes. You texted Mr. Combs to make sure he okay. Correct. Mr. Combs wrote to you, the trainer. You couldn't given me a heads up. Black heart emoji. How is she? He meant Cassie. Yes. Oh, we didn't miss much. Oh, so this is where Diddy finds out about Alex Fine, the trainer. You knew Andre Harrell passed. Yes. You texted Mr. Combs to make sure he's okay. Correct. Mr. Combs wrote to you, the trainer. You couldn't give me a heads up. Black heart emoji. How is she? He meant Cassie. Yes. Oh, okay. Wow. Update. In 2020, you wrote to Mr. Combs, I love you. Anything you need, I got you. Nash says yes. Mr. Combs won an award that year and you congratulated him. I don't think so. I asked how to RSVP to his party for someone else. Claire Slummer? Who is this? Enter the chat. Claire Slummer? Who is that? Who is that? Who's this? That doesn't sound like a familiar name. Who could that be? Thank you. Yeah, I know. Please step into the front. Please step into the front. Step into the office. She's a blogger. Oh, she's a blogger. Let me show y'all. She's a blogger. That's what Google said. So how does she fit into this picture? This her? Is it Summer, or Slummer? She's pretty. Absolutely. She's a gorgeous lady. I'm confused about Mia. They're trying to protect her identity, but just by the stories and testimonies, Diddy knows who she is, I guess. She's known to Diddy. I don't think she's known to all of us over here. You know what I mean? Hold up, y'all. Alrighty. So Cassie told you about a secret trip. I object. Government. Judge sustains. You deeply cared for Cassie for 15 years. Yes. She kept secrets from you, and I do from her. We don't have to tell each other everything. Ooh, and I do from her. We don't have to tell everything from each other. Okay. I mean, and that's accurate. Says you care about her 15 years. That is a great response. Oh my God. Hey Mar, how are you? Oh my gosh. The vibe's like, just say yes. I think he wants to, not only is he going to say yes, he's going to say yes and. Donaldson stepped on that one, says Mags. I think so too. I think he's stepping into a lot of like landmines on this one. You know? I don't know, man. Here we go. Everybody's like, oh my God, can we get there already? Can we get who's the next witness? Who's the next witness? Kind of makes you wonder, like, what it would be like to actually be in the courtroom. You know, it's a little bit of a different take. Let's see. No update. Let me see what CNN is saying. That was 10 minutes ago. They're still, I don't know, man. Let's see. So she's a blogger. What else is she? She's a journalist. Okay, we have an update. Nope, we don't. We do not. Somebody said in the comments, are they trying to delay the next witness? Who knows? Could very well be the case. They want to keep this man another day. He's going to make them regret it. Well, that's what I'm saying. He's like, you better take his flight because he's probably not even going to want to be there for another day. I mean, he doesn't even want to be there now, you know? But yeah. You said you can't wait for the movie? Well, it just seems like, come on, like, what are we doing here? Has the plane landed yet? What are we doing here? You know? What are we doing here? Y'all, I'm like brushing my hair while we're here. They're super stalling. Well, they could very well be not stalling, but we're just here because, like it's not all up to date. Like I feel like even CNN is not even all the way there either. I just don't know if we're getting a really good idea of what's going on. It does sound like, here it is, 8 seconds. Okay, Donaldson, nothing further. All right, redirect. Maureen Comey is going to do the redirect. All right, so defense is done, nothing further. Oh, finally. Okay, Maureen, why were you afraid of her? Nash answers, things get violent fast. What devices did Mr. Comey use to film her? Hers. You said they appeared high at the 29th birthday party. Okay. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Hold up. We got a little something here. Oh, Mar. Thank you. I think I got your thank you, love. Mar Lugo, thank you so much for your Cash App. Oh, thank you. I appreciate the caffeine part because God knows I need it. Yes. Thank you, Mar. Where's Mar? I saw her in the comments. Thank you, Mar. Thank you. They're trying to confuse all of us. Well, I don't know. Like, again, these are just tweets. We're not there. So context is everything. I think that's important to note. You can only get that through the transcripts. That's for sure. They're done. They finally happened. They're done. But yes. I'm surprised they haven't announced the judge to treat him as a hostile witness. How do you, Steeler Princess, how do you feel like he did? Let me look at the poll. Okay, 166 votes. Did Nash make your morning great? 77% said yes. She's blaming her cat for being late. Who's blaming her cat for being late? Here we go. The government says, you said she appeared high on her 29th birthday. Yes. Was Mr. Combs in control of his actions? Yes. And what did you say? You're going to get some D tonight. Did she want to go? No. No further questions from the government. Defense, nothing further from me. Judge says, Mr. Nash, you are excused. Nash is out. Okay? He's excused. Y'all go look for him on his social media. I'm sure a lot of you guys are going to be following him over there. Oh my God. Somebody said it was a waste of time. I think Nash provided a lot of context of things, but the vibe. Shout out to the vibe. Vibe's like, bye. Bye. You said finally? Nash has left the building. Yes. You said I'm going to miss him? Hallelujah. See, we are never going to get moments like this. I know Belen Nash was auditioning for a reality TV show in the court. Thank you. Finally, next witness, let it be Mia. Thank you. Nash is like, peace out. Yes. She's blaming her cat for being late. Bring back Nash. Everyone needs a friend like Nash. I would agree. Oh my God. Was it worth keeping him another day? Was that even worth it? You feel like Nash was being himself? Yes. He brought some yes, I would say so. I feel like this thing was like interesting to me. Thank you, Mar. I did get it. Thank you. And I also acknowledged it. Thank you, Mar. Mar's been a member for 7 months. Cash App 20 for transcripts and 10 for caffeine. I'm definitely going to hit up on that caffeine. Mar, thank you, Mar. I appreciate you. Thank you. No, Diddy just wanted to show him he's still in control. Well, Mia's next. Mia is on. I think everybody's been waiting for Mia. But like I said, she's going to be on like a video feed or something. They're going to figure something out. Yeah, we're on a break now. Yes. Thank you. You said, I love a gay personality. I love all gay personalities. I mean, but he definitely was, I liked him a lot. I did. Okay. Hold up. We have an update. Thank you, Mar. Again, if you're in the comments. Thank you. Okay. Judge says next witness will be a pseudonym. There is to be no recording. Witness comes in. How do you wish to be identified? Mia, M-I-A. Don't show this exhibit. What is it? My passport. Enter. On the stand. Wake up. We're Mia. Wake up. Oh, here we go. Hold up. All right. Here we go. Y'all ready? Okay. Show it for the jury only. Okay. Brian Steele, remember, he's doing the cross-examination. Brian Steele speaks. I would like to see it too. Where are you from? Virginia Beach, Virginia. Who is this? Sean Combs. What did you call him? Puff. I worked for him as a personal assistant. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Why is okay, because Brian Steele said I would like to see the picture too. He's not doing the cross yet. I was like, why is he speaking now? Gotcha. Okay. Well, we're waiting. People in the Twitter are like, no, Brian. No, you're not gonna see the picture. Go sit down, Brian. Oh my God. Yes. Jessica Chappie, she had it yesterday. She did. Excuse me, the day before. And oh shit. Don't go crazy on me. Let's see. I'm not even there and I'm nervous. I'm nervous. CNN saying Deontay Nash has left the stand. Okay, good. And testimony has ended. Here we are. How are they covering? I'm curious to know because it's not even like nobody can see her. So did they do like a live video feed for her? How did they figure this out? Yeah. You're nervous for her? Oh man, oh man. They can see her? Okay, here we go. Mia. Then as a director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. How was it working there? Puff mood changed all the time. Puff mood change all the time. So she was the then director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. How was it working there? Puff moods change all the time. Okay. Was he violent to you? Yes. He's thrown things at me. He's thrown things against the wall, into a pool, ice bucket on my head, slammed my arms into a door, and he sexually assaulted me. Sexually assaulted you more than once? More than once. This is what the government says. Oh, shit. All right, it's about to get real. Oh, man. Mm. Oh, man. Please don't. Y'all are Googling people from Virginia Beach. Oh, y'all are doing too much. That's too much. This is not Gina the witness. Gina is not a Jane Doe. Does that make sense? Mia is a Jane Doe type of name. But this is not Gina. This is not Gina. Gina never worked directly for she was just a girlfriend. This is somebody that worked in the company. Sounds like Revolt specifically. Oh man. She poured ice bucket on my head. You guys remember those ice challenges back in the day? Okay. Did you want to be in the arts? Asked the government. Mia, yes. This was before social media. I thought if I put my mattress on my car and drove to New York, I could do it. I went to work for Georgina Chapman, red carpet dressing. Then assistant to Mike Myers. She was an assistant to Mike Myers? Georgina Chapman, Mike Myers? So this girl like literally grabbed her stuff and said, I'm going to go and, like a lot of people, they go and they chase their dreams, right? She said she put her mattress and drove to New York. She thought I could do it. Maybe that's just like a thing, I went to work for Georgina Chapman, red carpet dressing. Then assistant to Mike Myers. Oh my God. Yes, Mike Myers, Austin Powers. Yes, yes. That Mike Myers. Don't forget that he was also on the witness list. This is making me itchy, and I think it's because I'm like all over the place. Hold up. The judge is taking off a robe, but I'm still a judge because I have a gavel. Okay. Um We're waiting. No update from CNN. Okay, Washington Post says that the government has called Mia to the stand. Before Mia took the stand, the judge explained to the jury that Mia was a pseudonym to protect the witness' privacy, and that the fact that she was a pseudonym did not mean her testimony had a greater or lesser value. The jury and the parties will know Mia's real name, but it will not be used in open court. So we're not going to know her name. No update yet. Okay. My phone is telling me that we have updates. Let's see. Hurry up. I know the question is, how did Combs hire you? Hold up. Keep it going. I think everybody's tuning in. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm fine. There is no update yet. My phone is just catching up. No update. CNN says Mia testified work environment with Combs was chaotic and toxic. Okay. Mia, one of Sean Combs' former assistants, alleged victim, testified that she worked for Combs for two roles: personal assistant and director of development and acquisitions for Revolt Films. Mia describes the work environment with Combs as chaotic and toxic. It was chaotic, it was toxic, it could be exciting. The highs were really high and the lows were really low. Puff's mood determined the atmosphere, she said, and his mood shifted all the time. Oh my God. No update yet. Damn, we're all waiting. No update yet. It's only audio of Mia, I think, y'all. He said, but they also always brought a camera, and Capricorn confirmed it. I don't know. I wonder if Diddy's been formally diagnosed with anything. I do wonder about that. If he's ever been formally diagnosed with, like, actually gone to a psychiatrist or something. No update yet. You said, I wonder if he's bipolar on top of everything. I mean, for the way that they describe him, like his moods and his highs and his lows and that whole thing, it's like, it makes you wonder. It does make you wonder. Let's see. Like erratic, yeah, like it does kind of make you wonder if that's what he's dealing with. Okay, hold up. Okay, assistant to Mike Myers. How did Mr. Combs hire you? I met with the recruiter. I met with HR and Tony Bias Fletcher. Enter the chat. Tony Fletcher. Did Mr. Combs interview you? He and his department? He was on the phone wearing his underwear. The HR lady left. Did he put on clothes? Yes. So hold up. What? Did you get the job? Yes, I was excited. How much did you expect to work? A lot, but I didn't fully understand. How much were you paid? 50,000. I swear, man. Government says, what did you do on your first day? HR told me I was on trial for 2 weeks. Wow. Wow. So, what would you do? You're at a job interview. Okay. Ain't no way. Yeah. But notice, how much was George Kaplan getting paid? 125,000 a year. Notice how he was like the women he was paying a lot lower. How much was Capricorn getting paid? Was it 60, 65? But the men were probably the men were getting paid a lot higher. Free labor, right? I think he just hated women. I think he just hated women. David James was 70. I think he just hated women, honestly, guys. I don't think he was one that, I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think he honestly just hated women. Okay, here we go. We have an update. Where did you start? His Alpine, New Jersey home. I was there all day. Then where? Back to the office for a few hours more. Then I was told Puff wanted me to come to the studio. How long were you there? Until 1 p.m. the next day. No, there's this thing, time and a half, extra time, overtime. That's beyond that. Period. He does hate women. I think he hates everybody. But I don't know, something about women specifically. I don't think he likes women. There's no way. Mm-mm. I heard a rumor, and this could just be a rumor, but I heard that he has slapped the ish out of his mom. Did y'all hear that? I think it came from I can't remember who said it. Was it Roger Bond who said that he slapped his mom? Anyways, so she goes to the studio. How long were you there? Until 1 p.m. the next day. Then where did you go? Puff's apartment, then home. How fast did you have to return? I didn't take a nap. I didn't want to risk it. How much did you sleep during your first 24 hours on the job? I didn't. I took it as a challenge. Oh my God. Was it Gene Deal who said that he slapped his mom? I don't even think he loved his mom. I mean, he might love his children, but not his, I don't know. That's crazy. That's right, Jacqueline. You're right. Lord have mercy. Here we go. I didn't. I took it as a challenge. She did not sleep. She did not sleep. Look at this. This person right here highlighted forced labor, aiding and abetting forced labor trafficking. And then he wasn't even paying them. Like, what the hell? No update. Hold on. So she started in Alpine. Okay, my phone is updating me fast. Then Mia says, there had been a TV show a few years before I called I Want to Work for Diddy, and it was like that. Government asks, how did you deal with the lack of sleep? When I was young, I tell myself, you can sleep at 3 p.m. Objection from Mr. Steele. Overruled. Okay. So after she says that she didn't sleep for like 24 hours, how much did you sleep did you sleep during your first 24 hours on the job? I didn't. I took it as a challenge. She then says, there was a TV show a few years before called I Want to Work for Diddy. It was like that. Y'all remember that TV show? I feel like that sounds familiar. How did you deal with the lack of sleep? When I was young, I tell myself, you can sleep at 3 p.m. Objection from Steele. Judge overruled it. I Want to Work for Diddy. It was a reality TV show. This is giving like Celebrity Apprentice. And it had 2 seasons in 2008. That was the year my oldest was born. That's why I remember this show. So it was featuring 13 determined young men and women with the raw potential to assist one of the most demanding CEOs in the world, Diddy. Each episode showcased a range of challenges. Oh, man. Okay. So how long did you stay up once? 5 days. I take Adderall extended release. Oh, I could quasi function and stay awake. When did you go to sleep? My hearing went and my equilibrium was off. Blurred vision, lights that weren't there. I cried. Adderall, sorry, I used to take Adderall. This is why I say ADHD unmedicated is because I'm not medicated anymore. I used to be medicated. And I never took extended release though. I took the other one. But here's the deal. I have real severe ADHD and Adderall actually makes me sleep. Adderall calms me down. Like I go on 10 when I'm at work and I'm on work mode, I go on 10. And then like if I take Adderall, it's supposed to kind of like make you focus and everything. But for me, it actually has the effect of calming me down a bit because I'm on 10 all the time when I'm at work. Does that make sense? So she was on Adderall extended release, which basically releases dosages during the day. That never worked for me. I didn't like that. Yeah, okay, Fitz, you know what I'm talking about. Some people take Adderall and they're like, all right, they're awake. I'm not. I take Adderall and I go to bed. That's how it just calms my nerves. That's what Adderall does. It calms my nerves. Okay. Were you then told you could sleep? Yes. By whom? Puff. Why did you stay awake that long? I was working. I'm introducing exhibits, says the government. Damn. Damn. Does it? See, y'all know what I'm talking about. It calms your nerves. If you have ADHD and you take Adderall, just depending on like how your ADHD is, I'll never forget the first time I took Adderall and it was the first and only time that I took it. I was like, the very first time I was like, it kind of made me feel like I don't really take drugs like that, you know? So that was prescribed clearly under supervision of a doctor. When I took it, I was like, oh shit. Like it was like, just calm me down. Like for me, my brain never stops. Okay, so I'm introducing exhibits, long process. If you can, make sure you guys are supporting Inner City Press. We're not on a break or anything, but they're getting into the exhibits. Okay. It just has a way of calming you down. And that's truly how I knew how severe my ADHD was when I took Adderall in it. It slowed things for me. It just relaxed me a bit. And that was pretty cool. We're waiting for the exhibits. We're waiting. But yeah. Yes, it was absolutely like I will tell you, like the thing about ADHD, it goes very well with anxiety too. So it just felt like somebody like deflated a balloon for me when I took Adderall. You know, like, oh, okay. And then I could think clearly. I haven't taken it in years though. So, and I don't know, I might go back to it depending, but it's not something that I need right now, if that makes sense. And I believe in taking things only when you need them. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't think Puff likes anyone. So I want to work for Diddy. It was 2 seasons. They had season 1, episode 2, and now I want to watch this. The first episode, season 1, was Welcome to Bad Boy. And they flew these people to Manhattan, okay, to promote an album and to fulfill their dreams. That's what it says. And then in season 2, episode 2, the teams are taught to navigate skills and drop and they're dropped in the middle of the woods. So it's kind of like giving survival. Okay. And then on same season, episode 3, go get a model. The team must find a model that Puff Diddy discovered in a magazine based on a small amounts of information. So they have to go and they have to. That's crazy. It had 10 episodes on the first season, and I don't know how many on the second. But this was like 10 episodes on the second. It only lasted 2 seasons. It didn't last very long. This was Diddy in his prime, though. I think this was Diddy in his time where he was like well known. Well, he's well known now still, but you remember that reality show? Well, he's been on several reality shows, honestly, but this one specifically, Who Wants to Work for Diddy? You watched it back then? All right. We have an update from CNN. Former assistant testified that she worked days without sleep for Combs. Mia testified that she didn't sleep during the first 24 hours on the job. She recalls feeling like maybe it was a challenge that might have just been a part of a 2-week probation period. Mia said that working long hours on sleep turned out to be a norm. She often didn't sleep for days when she was working, she said. One time she recalls working for 5 days straight without sleep. Extended release Adderall helped her stay awake. When she finally had a breakdown from exhaustion. Now, it does make you wonder if that was prescribed or did she just take it? Who did she get this Adderall from? Because again, you're not supposed to take this unless you've been diagnosed with something formally. And so, did she take it from somebody? It makes you wonder. When she finally had a breakdown from exhaustion, crying uncontrollably, Sean Combs told her that she could leave to go to sleep. So she was crying on the job when she wanted to go to sleep. Okay. Damn, that just sounds crazy. Do we have an update? Okay, here we go. Update. These exhibits are under seal, says the government. So they were going back and forth on the exhibits. Steele says, we renew our objection. Brian Steele speaks. Admitted under seal. Okay. Government continues. Mia, what is this? A list of my responsibilities. I sent it to Tony Bias Fletcher on November 10th, 2011. Puff has said, I don't know what you do all day. Oh my God. Can you imagine your boss saying that? I don't know what you do all day, and then you're fucking losing sleep? Are you kidding me? I don't know what you do all day. Yes, it's a street drug also. That's a lot. Okay, hold up. Government says, let's focus on a few things in this document. Please read this. Mia. All of PD's social media's presence. Who is PD? Sean Combs, Puff Daddy. I wrote main liaison between PD and Hollywood. Did you do that? Mia says Blackberry 24/7. So they're showing out her job duties, like the things that she would do. She wasn't sleeping. I guess Diddy had an issue or something and said, Puff said, I don't know what you do all day. So then she got with Tony Fletcher, and Tony Fletcher and her outline all the things that she did or whatever. So one of the things that she was doing is basically working on all social media presence for Diddy. Damn. Okay. So no update on CNN. Hold up. Let's see. A former assistant to Sean Combs took the stand Thursday morning, the first two of anonymous alleged victims to testify against him during the trial. The woman who was using the pseudonym Mia kept her head down and she detailed the alleged assault by Combs. He's thrown things at me. He threw me against the wall. He's thrown me into a pool, Mia said, sharing at her lap. He also essayed me. We have an update. You wrote, Mia says, I wrote, anticipate his moods. Why was that important? It dictated the day. You wrote, every day is different. Government says, you wrote, every day is different. And that he could ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes. Did you have an apartment? Yes, in New York City. Crack his knuckles. I'm about to crack something on your head. Crack his knuckles? He said, could this be KK? I don't think so. It's not. It can't be KK. KK is well known. If KK was anonymous, they would have changed her name completely, even in the testimony. So definitely not KK. I don't think it's KK, but people have been saying different things. People have said that she's well known. She's well known. Oh my God. Yeah, she's not in Virginia Beach either, I don't think. Shit, man. But the way she answered, he could ask you to crack his knuckles or do his taxes. No, you need an accountant for that. No, you need an accountant for that. You know what? That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know what years. I'm not. I heard that people know who she is, but I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. But people have said that they know who she is. I don't know. I don't. People have speculated. I don't know. He said, I'm wondering who the defense will call as witnesses. You said I miss Nash. Don't get us started, the duck. You do not miss Nash. It doesn't look like Nash had a crack any knuckles, that's for sure. Did she have to crack his knuckles, or is that just a figure of speech? Yeah. Let's see. I miss Nash too. Yes. Felt something. My phone is vibrating. Okay, here we go. Okay. Did you have an apartment in New York City? Did you have an apartment? Yes, in New York City. Where were you? Were you there much? No, my roommates joked they lived with a ghost. In LA, where did you stay? In the staff house, then the Puff's house, 9933 Beverly Grove, then 9374 Beverly Crest Drive, then 200 South Mapleton. In Miami, 2-star. Okay. Okay. So she was basically there all over, had to move a lot. Yeah, it's crazy. Huh? Let's see. Any updates? Yeah, my phone is showing me updates. Come on. Okay, Mia wrote. No updates yet. Okay, here it is. Could you leave? Only with Puff's permission. Once I left at 2 a.m. after he was asleep. I got in big trouble. What happened? Security called me to say that he was sending them to find me. It was at the first LA house, 2009 or 2010. They couldn't even leave? What? Why couldn't they leave? How the hell? Like, oh my God. Why wouldn't you be able to leave? I mean, that's like, there's your kidnapping right there. Not for 50,000? Right. You're not lying. Not for 50,000. Wow. She couldn't leave. 50K and then the roommates, and I mean you're still paying rent too. Like, come on now. It's giving kidnapping. Hostage for sure, right? It's definitely given that. That's crazy, y'all. That is crazy. Okay. Um Were you allowed to lock your bedroom door? No. He said it's my house. No one locks my doors in my house. So it wasn't really my room. But did security get to lock their doors? Yes. One had a deadbolt, another a keypad. Oh my God. That's insane. Ex-assistant says that she never was at the apartment because she traveled with Combs. Mia, one of Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant, testified that she had an apartment in New York, but her roommates joked that they lived with the ghost. She says she traveled with Combs and stayed wherever he was or his house, staff house. Wow. No, my friends. That's crazy. Okay, we have an update, I think. I was told, Mia, this is what Mia says. I was told they were actively hiring other assistants. How long did how long to Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started, stayed? 7 or 8 months. Were you the only one then? Yeah, for like a year. Hold up. Okay, Mia had said, I was told they were actively hiring other assistants. How long to Malcolm, the assistant who was there when you started, stay? Malcolm, into the chat. Malcolm, that's another employee, I guess. 7 or 8 months. Were you the only one then? Yeah, for like a year. How long did she work for him? That's the question that I have. How long did she like? How long was she under this situation? Like he was there. It sounds like for quite some time. And that's what it said. Are these assistants hostages? Malcolm is the name. Malcolm was one of them. Is he also going to testify? It's not good. That's not good at all. Somebody said, is it possible to leave? You simply stop coming to work? Would you look at that? I mean, what do you guys make to that response? Okay. For those that are like, when people say, and I see somebody in the chat saying it too, I mean, could they have just left? Did they have to work in these conditions? Did they have a choice in the matter? Mia is also the other victim mentioned in Don Richard's case. Interesting Diddy docket. How is she mentioned? I've read Don Richard's case a couple times. How is she mentioned? If you don't mind me asking. Like as an assistant, I'm assuming. You know what? She might still be working in Hollywood. I think that's why also kind of keeping in mind. Um, but yes. Yeah. Yeah. Well, how do you see? And I'm looking at the chat, and y'all are feeling like, well, they could have left. They didn't have to be there. This is a little bit different, but she was also SA too. So Okay, let me keep reading this. They were talking about Malcolm. How did you feel? Mia says, I didn't have time to feel. It was insane. Puff gave me a pep talk. Like we were a team, he said. I need a second brain. Did he hire more? Yes, eventually, but I still felt like I was responsible. And then they asked, hold up. Still felt like they were responsible. Okay, CNN has an update for us while we wait for inner city press. The former assistant said that she wasn't allowed to leave Combs' home without permission. Okay. She recalls one time in 2009 or 10 when she left the home late at night after Combs was asleep. After she left the house, Combs' security called her to let her know that Combs had sent them to go find her. I got in big trouble, Mia said. Mia said that she was not allowed to lock her doors when she stayed at Combs' home. This is my house. No one locks my door, says Mia. Security personnel were allowed to lock their doors. One security guard held the home's camera system. Wow. So he expected like live-in assistants. They can't go outside. I mean, like, what? You got punished? Mia says, in various ways. Getting cursed out, my intelligence insulted, my job threatened. Who did those things? Puff. Who is this? George Kaplan. He was another personal assistant for Puff after me. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Oh my God. Mustard Mama, thank you so much. Thank you for the $9.99. You said, let me read this. I'm sorry. I wasn't even looking at the chat. You said everyone had a choice that decided to go back. They sold their souls at that point, in my opinion. What do you guys think about Mustard Mama's comment? Thank you, Mustard Mama, for this $9.99, my love. Thank you. Somebody said they couldn't run and hide. He got them, period. He got more abusive when they try to leave. Malik Mommy said a choice under threat is not a true choice. Baby K says power, money, fame. They were all young and they ruled hip hop at the moment. Somebody said it's giving slavery at this point. Oh shit. Damn. I think that I mean, I do have to kind of wonder about this. Like, what do you guys think? Did she have a choice to leave? This is not a relationship. You know what I mean? Like this isn't like a. I mean, I guess you could make the argument either or. I'm just thinking out loud, y'all. Like this is. She had been SA. I mean, that would have been enough for people to leave. You said she would have been blacklisted. Blacklisted, Miss Toby. Okay. So this is a tough one. I'm be honest with you. I'm like, I could see how y'all are divided here. You know what? It wouldn't have been a red flag if he's interviewing in his the day he's interviewing in his underwear. I'm wondering. I don't know, man. You said, hold up, let me look at this. The day I walked in and he's sitting in his underwear, I probably politely excused myself and said, this is probably his job, probably isn't for me. Y'all, let me tell you, I have a lot of stories about people in their underwear in the workplace, okay? Maybe one day I will tell them. Rabbit, I'm saying those that went back had a choice, says Mustard Mama. Thank you, Mustard Mama. Some of you guys have said, hold up, somebody made an interesting comment that I want to read here because I kind of want to know what y'all think. When you are abused, both physically and mentally, you don't think logically. It's like having a boogeyman in your life. You even become paranoid. Hold up. Do we have an update? Yes, we do. No, we don't. Okay, we don't have an update. But I see you guys. Nadia says, hold up. Nadia, you said something that I want to read. That I'm like, I don't know if everybody would agree with you on this, but I completely see what you're saying. People stay at their jobs when they're abused for a minimum. Okay. And that's true. Very often people don't want to lose their jobs, and they will stay at a job that they don't like. That is a given. Okay. That is very true. How often have you encountered something at work and you kind of like I know I did several times, where I was like, I don't want to lose my job, I don't want to lose my pay, and then you're thinking you're telling HR because HR is going to protect you. HR don't give an ish about you. They don't care. They're not there to protect you. HR is not about you. They may say um that they're there for you, but they're not. And this is coming from somebody who worked at top level government. They're not. They are there to protect themselves. Okay? They are there to protect the company. HR is there to protect the company. They barely want to help out with EAP. So please, and EAP at Diddy, at Bad Boy, what is that? What is that even? What is that? Um, I'm sorry. Wow. Fear, intimidation, says Baby K. They did not feel safe to leave. Thank you, Baby K, for this $5. I appreciate it. Fear, intimidation. They did not feel safe to leave. Who? Hold up. Now let me see. Do we have an update? All right. Government asks, what was Revolt Films? Mia says, Puff and I started it together. Were you still performing personal assistant duties? Yes. How much did you get paid? 70,000 to then 100,000. Okay. So her salary increased. There were supposed to be bonuses. Did you get them? No. Okay. So when she started at 50,000. But then she increased. So how long did she stay there? How long was she there? I don't know. I don't know. You said the chat is split. I bet the jury will also be split. I'm gonna ask you guys in the chat. I think we should do a poll, but I'm trying to figure out how to uh let me see. Let's do a poll while we wait. Okay. Give me 1 second, y'all. Sorry, I had to help Baby Bunny with something. Christina Coram. Luckily, Wendy spoke on it on the radio. Did she speak about the work conditions? So this is my poll, and I'm trying to figure out. Yeah, don't forget he blew up people's cars. Well, was that even established? I'm still on the cliffhanger on that one. Did we figure out if Diddy did it? Because I don't even think that was even well laid out. I'll be honest with you. I'm still stuck on that one. Okay, Judge says, let's break. All right, we're on a break. Lord have mercy. Okay, let me ask you. Guys. I'm trying to figure out how to ask this poll. And I'm trying to ask it in a way that, because the chat here is split. Some of you, I'm reading the comments, and some of y'all are like, oh, I would have stayed. I wouldn't know how to leave, that kind of deal. How would you guys have said? You said they would have never held back. They tried to leave and they were held back. Well, they were physically held back, right? But some of you guys are saying, yeah, it was not proven that he torched the car. So let's be very real. That's still up in the air. I don't think it was proven that he torched the car. I'm there with you on Moni. I'm still on the fence on that one. But I'm trying to figure out, what would you guys do if you're in a position like that? Like, would you have waited for the first red flag? He's interviewing you in his underwear. Or you would have been like, oh, whatever. It's just that's the environment, that's the culture. He gets comfortable. Okay. And then HR's there when he's interviewing you in his underwear. So what would you guys have done? That's the question that I have. Would you guys have stayed there? I have a lot of questions about this one, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. You said, I know who was in an abusive relationship and it took a lot of her to leave eventually. Fear is a huge paralyzer. I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question, y'all. Yes, I would agree. Young people are impressionable. You ran fast? But even when she tried to run, Diddy's bodyguards came and looked for her. Don't forget, like, honestly, he preyed on the weak and the desperate. You would be, I'm trying to figure out, all right, let me ask the question here, all right? I don't know how to ask it though, because it's so like, it is just so many, it's so complex, I think, this situation. It's not an easy one, right? I don't know. I have to figure out. They are all willingly walked into the landmine known as Diddy. Their ambition and their love for the lifestyle came. I know, but I'm trying to figure out how to ask it in a poll. That's the problem. I'm trying to figure out how to ask it because I feel like some of you guys are going to answer immediately no to this. So that's why I'm trying to figure out how to ask it. So, if this was a once in a lifetime opportunity, would you work with someone who interviews you in their underwear? Now, keep in mind, the man's got a Tootsie Roll, okay? So keep that in mind. Let me make this. Would you work? Hold up. I got to make it shorter, y'all. I got to make it shorter. I got to make my question shorter because you you said hard no. Don't be mad at me. Hold up. All right, go vote. See, Passport said it depends if they were a fashion designer or a runway model. Yes. And wearing your undies on a job interview was a thing? I guess so. I got to get something real quick, y'all. Hold up. You said no, we're not doing that. Let me thank you. Let's see. What did you guys say in the comments? If this was a one in a lifetime opportunity, would you work with someone who interviews you in their undies? I think I spelled undies wrong. Oh, come on. 80% said yes and 82% said no. I don't know if I believe this poll. I'm be honest with you. I don't know if I believe this poll. I think you guys are not being very honest. I'm just telling y'all. I don't know if I believe this poll. Y'all, if it's Diddy okay, Say it's another celebrity that you like. You said yes. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you. Baby K says this is not a black and white question. And respectfully, though, saying why didn't they just leave is giving victim blaming. Well, Baby K, I think here's the deal, and I'm going to push back a little bit on this. I don't necessarily believe that everybody saying that why didn't they leave is giving victim blaming. We have to be kind of mindful that some of the stuff and topics that are coming here to seek to understand and to learn is really that, right? So just because we're asking a question about why didn't leave, that's not always victim blaming. It's really a question. Under what circumstances would somebody stay in a position like that is not victim blaming. And we got to be careful when we put that out there too, in my opinion, because it's like we want people to understand what position. If we're talking about coercive control and people don't understand that, then there's a lack of education there and we really need to work through that, right? But there was a lot of red flags in this situation, and there was a level of her staying. If you notice from everybody, all the people there that are saying different things, the defense, all the people that interviewed her, they still interviewed about this. They still respect Diddy. They still have a lot of respect Diddy. I wouldn't be surprised if they find a message that says something to the effect of she still wanted to go back and work with him. Isn't that been the theme of every witness here? So this is the problem that I have when we say it's everything is victim blaming, because I don't necessarily believe that's the case. I think a lot of us are just seeking to understand what the issue is. And that's just me pushing back a little bit, Baby K, but I appreciate your opinion. I just think that we have to be careful when we put that umbrella on everything. We have to be able to ask questions, and if it doesn't make sense, how do we learn? How do we learn? I'm coming from a listen. I went to grad school. I have a master's in social work. My undergraduate is in criminology. Until this day, I ask questions because I'm seeking to understand. So I ask you guys, and I find this to be the theme that people that go through trauma or have been through something, they really struggle when they're being asked a question. But this is a trial, y'all, and people are going to ask questions. They are. I am not at all shaming this person. We don't know. I don't know her. And I feel really bad that she went through this. But that is a question that I think a lot of us have. What is our breaking point? What is our breaking point? I could tell you, oh, yeah, my battery just died. But while we're waiting, I'll switch it. I could tell you that I have I'm a hard worker. I'm a very hard worker, but I have let's see. I come from a family like somebody told me, one of my friends who said, here on YouTube said, you don't stop. You don't stop. You're right. I don't. My dad, we don't retire. What is that? What is retirement? And I know that's crazy, but I'm that person that will work. And I think that I find that if that is the personality that I am, I'm very susceptible and likely to find myself in situations where I don't want to be on, if you know what I mean. Like, what's the word? Horrible work environments and conditions type of situation. We have to be mindful of that. So this is why I ask you guys, let's not be so quick to just jump on a label if we're not, we have to seek to understand. That's all. You said, Adrian's like, we're Mexican. We don't retire. You're right. That is a cultural thing. We don't retire. Let me tell you, not for my generation. We don't retire. What is retirement? What is a day off? And sometimes people have to tell me that. They have to like say like, hey, self-care. They have to remind me of that. And yeah, that's what happens. Oh man, the thing didn't go through. Okay. All right. My green screen didn't go through, but that's okay. Anyways, shout out to everybody in the chat. That's okay, y'all. That's just my thought on that. That's why we have to be very careful when we say that. But shout out to Baby K. And like I said, I feel like a lot of people are going to feel some type of way about this. Yes. Let me see. Hold up. Let me see. Let me update this real quick. You said MSK. Look, he's clearly a monster, but does he have obvious benefits to abusing them? That's what they still need to prove clearly. It can't be lukewarm, perhaps. He was having a bad day or high argument. He's clearly a monster, but does he have obvious benefits to abusing them. Yeah, and and let me tell you, I give you that. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that he's a monster, he's an abuser. The defense is saying that. We're not excusing the DV. Well, what do you call this treatment to his employees? That's not DV, that's assault. And she's saying she was SA'd by him. That's SA, right? He should have gone to prison a long time ago. Okay? A long time ago, based on the things that are being said. But this man has been given it looks like he's been given a pass in the last 25, 30 years, if not longer. He's been given a pass all his life. But the thing is that he has a way of making things work. And we've seen that. I'll definitely give you that. Definitely. Thank you so much for this super sticker. Shout out to you. Thank you. It's it's giving. It's giving that. This month, and that's the thing. It's like 100,000 in 2009. I'm be honest with you, 100,000 in 2009 working for Diddy. But yes, I'm there. I would totally be there. You said respectfully, you didn't understand my comment. All good. We just need to be mindful of judgments across the board. I did understand your comment. I felt like I got what you're saying. It's not black and white. Completely understand where you're coming from. But I think that because we can't just shut down and call it victim blaming if we don't try to understand the essence and the root of where it's coming from. That's where I'm coming from. But I personally felt like I understood it. You're right. This situation is unique. We don't have people like this everywhere. Completely understand. I get that. We don't. And they have HR involved, and HR don't do nothing. Y'all notice this? They don't do nothing. So yes, completely understand where you're coming from, but I agree. And you're right. We need to be mindful of judgment. I just personally feel like we can't just put things in an umbrella, if you know what I mean. Okay. Let's see. We don't have an update. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. This is a good point. A lot of people do all kinds of degrading things around celebrities for free without even doing a job offer. A lot of people go online and do all kinds of degrading things. We're all trying to go viral. Okay? Some of the things could be detrimental to our health, but we still do it. We're trying to go viral and we're trying to get paid. Am I right? There has been this thing, this competition thing happening. I 1000% agree with you on that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hold up. Let me shout somebody out. Oh, somebody send me a PayPal. I don't want to yell out your name. I don't want to yell out your name, but thank you for this. I appreciate it. For transcripts or whatever is needed, or just as a pause. Thank you. Thank you. Pause. I got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. We don't have an update yet. Hold up. CNN has some updates for us. The jury's on a short break, a recap of what happened so far. So we know what happened with Nash. I'm not even going to review this, but Mia was one of. So for those that are behind on Mia or didn't hear everything, this is what we have so far on Mia. But let me just double check, okay? Let's see. No update yet. Okay. I hope they get done on time today. But Mia is basically said that she was a former assistant. She's under a pseudonym, okay? And the judge denied a request for prosecutions to cut a video feed to the overflow courtroom. Hold up, y'all. She said self timeout. Who said? Are y'all okay? Everything's fine? Let me know. We're waiting on Mia to come back. She's coming in. Do we have an update? Hold up. So Mia said that it was a chaotic and toxic work environment, okay? She testified that she didn't sleep in the first 24 hours of the job, which turned out to be her new normal. She testified that at one point she was the only personal assistant for about a year and it was difficult. Mia testified about several ways in which Combs was violent with her. He thrown things at her and had thrown her against the wall, throw her into a pool, and threw an ice bucket on her head. Okay. And she wasn't allowed to lock, like she was sleeping in these houses, right, that he had, and she wasn't allowed to like lock the door. So and that he also essayed her at some point. Yeah, that's what's being said. I do wonder if she is the one that got left in Scotland, because we thought that Capricorn Clark was the one. But yeah, that's not it. Um I'm looking at this. Let's see. Yes, it seems like people are too scared to fight or stand up against them. Sometimes it takes courage, willpower, and stand your ground no matter what may come your way. And I think for her, I mean, I think it even speaks to the fact that she felt like she had to go, like she couldn't even say her name. I still don't think that it's safe, regardless. Like, this is just me. If I was in any kind of federal court, I would be, personally, I would probably want to change my name. I would probably go into hiding. No joke. You wouldn't find me here in this country. You would not find me anywhere. You said it may not be polite to say, but sometimes these people were actually complicit in the toxicity for their own personal gain and then ended up calling it normal. Well, I mean, things get normalized, I guess. I don't know. Some people find themselves in that, but you have to be mindful. You said Mia's testimony is falling under forced labor. It's giving that, right? Like in one of the counts. That is true. You said I'll kick you in the itty bitty titty. Diddy. I said titty bitty. Oh my god. All right, y'all. I gotta get me some water real quick because I know we about to get started. We about to get started. Okay. I got my little grape soda. Well, they were having her sign NDAs, right? Of course, I think it's been hammered very specifically. Like that doesn't cover criminal stuff. But I have a lot of questions about her. You know, one thing they didn't ask her, her level of education. Did they say? Did they ask her where she grabbed? Maybe I missed it, but I don't know. I know it is down. It is down. The camera went off. That's why it's down. I have to fix it. I don't have time. Okay, here we go. We're back. Did you guys catch that? Did they ask her level of education? Let me know. I do wonder about that. Like, did she go to school or anything like that? They didn't really get into that, but maybe it'll be on the transcripts. I'm not really sure. Okay, here we go. So they're back. Government says GX2A401. Who is this? Cassie Ventura. Okay, so they show her an exhibit. How did you know her? Working for Puff, we became close friends. Still today? Yes. How is their relationship? Highs and lows, unequal. Okay. We're back. We're back. And then so she's back on the stand. Former assistant and alleged victim is back on the stand, entering the jury. Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Her identity is revealed, but let's refer to her as Mia. Yeah, I'm gonna refer to her as Mia. I do think Puff people paying some police. Okay. They sound like yeah, they just the celebrity. I'm sure that there were some perks in working with him, right? Hold up. Back from break, Mia becomes close friends with Cassie or is close friends with Cassie. She sounds like she's close to Cassie. Mia and Deontay Nash. It sounds like because Deontay Nash was there when some of the things were being said. But yes. Let's see. Absolutely. This is a good comment. Thank you for saying this. Is it Fabi? Fabi? Thank you, Fabi. Okay, here we go. Was there violence in their relationship? Yes. We'll get back to that. What was Mr. Combs' role with respects to his career? He decided everything. Shows, the look. 3T10 7R. What is this? And mail from Cass to Puff and others. Me. Okay. Thank you, Jason. Thank you for this $5. I appreciate it. Thank you. Baby Bunny Candy Fun. Thank you. You are so sweet. Thank you for doing that. Hey, Franny La. How are you? Yes. Let's see. We're waiting for an update. We're waiting for an update. We're waiting for an update. Okay. We are holding up. We are in, I don't know, week 3. If you count jury duty, it would be week 4. I count jury duty, but I'm sure not everybody does. We are waiting. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button, please, and thank you. I say week 4. I say week 4. If you're counting jury duty, right? Okay, we're waiting. Mm-hmm. All right. Do we have an update? Here we go. When did she send it? So this was a mail. She shows her a mail as an exhibit. And mail from Cass to Puff and others and me. When did she send it? It was 4 a.m. It says 7, but we were in California. It was one of their hotel nights. What did she write? She was canceling, apologizing to Interscope and others. Did Mr. Combs respond? Please read. Interscope Enter the chat. Interscope Records. I'm assuming that's what they're referring to, right? But yes. Money, money, money. Hoo-wee. What did they cancel at Interscope? I do wonder about that. What was canceled? Yeah, you said I believe he got off on money. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is it blurred? I want to say your name, but is it blurted? Blurted? Did I say that correctly? See? Thank you so much for the 5. More love to Baby Bunny and Kitty. She's all over the place, y'all. She's got a sit or two over there as well. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. More love to Baby Bunny Candy Fun. Thank you. She'll have plenty of it. She'll drive me crazy. Be all over. Thank you. I want Nash as a bestie. Nash is famous, y'all. Okay. Cass wrote about telling Slevin Hill. What did she mean, do you think? Stephen Hill of BET. Cass wrote, no support, no show. Why did you forward this to Tony Fletcher? I had to keep her informed. She was in charge of booking hotels. Slevin Hill, is that a show? Is that how you say that? Thank you. Is that how you say that though? Slevin Hill. So this was a Stephen Hill. Stephen Hill entered the chat from BET. No support. Oh man, he's an executive director of BET. Okay, that's who Stephen Hill is. Yeah. The downfall of Diddy. Oh my God. Hold up. Let me see this. Stephen Hill, BET. Oh, this is him? And it's Stephen, it's STEPHEN Hill. That's who it is. So he is former BET president. This is him, Hollywood Reporter. He's being mentioned here. So there was something there that she apologized for, and she had to contact. There's just so many subliminals here. I wonder if it's because he had a bad performance on BET. She had a bad performance on BET. You know what, Jamie? That's a good point. Would many of us believe that this was all going down? Were the laws even well enacted then too? Like, I don't know. That's a good point. Stella. No update. No update. He's also husband to Shantae Moore. Okay. Now hold up. This is CNN. Combs had final say on many aspects of Ventura's career. This is what the former assistant said. So Combs was in charge of Ventura's music career. His former assistant Mia testified, and he always made the final decision. Those decisions would range anywhere from deciding like what music would be put out, the visual aspects of any music, when she would be in the studio, her appearance in any sorts of show or appearance or dates or promotions that she would be involved with. Mia said that she was privy to a lot of the ongoings on Combs' label business because people would contact her to get an answer from Combs. She also often sat in on meetings with Combs and Ventura that concerned Ventura's career, she said. Okay. Okay. Stephen Hill and Diddy. There's shout out to Diddy Docket. Just posted this. Okay. Did you ever see Mr. Combs on a movie set? Yes. Everyone would be very nervous. He would not insert himself. What was his role with respects to Cassie's appearance? He was in charge of it. Did you have exposure to Cassie's finances? Yes. Oh, we. Thank you. Come again. Okay. So are we gonna get into Cassie's finances now? Let's see. Then she says, give me 1 second. I'm gonna put this down real quick. Okay. She asked her, "Did you have exposure to Cassie's finances?" Yes. How? I learned the company paid her credit cards and that the places where she lived were under his company's name and her cars. Did he take things away? Yes, cars, jewelry, and support. He couldn't get her on if he couldn't get her on the phone. So if he couldn't get her on the phone, he would take things away from her. That's what it looks like. Lord have mercy. Lindell, I'm gonna get you a shirt that says we might have a problem here. I don't know, Lindell. I'm still recovering with the whole she staged her pregnancy or something. I don't know what you said last time. That was too much. It's too much. The camera went off, that's why. Um let's see. She was treated like a slave. She couldn't leave. If she did, the bodyguards would find her. And there's no quitting. He would just find her. And then what with his anger? And she was just trapped. Yeah. Be open-minded? No. How am I going see you killed me last time with that whole situation about she planned to have a baby right at that time or I said you have got to be kidding me, man. No. See, it's science. Don't ever. But whatever. Okay, let's move on. Um Mia says he'd keep tabs on her through me. Mm. He keep tabs on her through me. What part? What? Excuse me. What it part of your job? I think he meant to say, was it part of your job to spend time with Cassie? Yes, I had to do whatever Puff told me to do. Could you go where you wanted? No. Oh, sorry, y'all. Could you go where you wanted? No. We had to be where Puff told us we could be. Okay. Um, all right then. We had to be where Puff told us to be. That's what it says. Okay, mama girl, come on. Okay. All right. Um Mia says, no, we had to be where Puff told us we could be. Government answers, if not. Mia says, something very scary. The punishment was unpredictable but terrifying. Government says, well, we'll talk some more about that. We get through your testimony. How would Mr. Combs communicate with Miss Ventura? Sometimes through me. Okay. I wonder when Christina Coram is going to come and testify. You know, I wonder when Christina Coram is going to testify and what she got to say about this. You're welcome, princess. Um, we're waiting. No update. So he was using the assistants to communicate everything. I do wonder if KK did some kind of like immunity something. There's no way that she did not. Okay. Um Ventura has to get Combs' approval for her outfits, nails, and hairstyles, former assistant says. Mia said that when Diddy Combs would visit set when Ventura was shooting a movie, production would stop. Everyone would be really nervous. Mia Combs' former assistant said he would ask a lot of questions and sort of insert himself. Um, Combs was in charge of Ventura's appearance. Mia said that she would send photos of Ventura's outfits, hairstyles, and nails while she was at the salon to get his approval. Combs would ask Mia to send the photos, she said. Wow. I mean, okay. Did you see violence? What kind? I saw a lot of aftermaths and injuries she had. I seen her attack her and throw her on the ground. I've seen him like crack her head open. I've seen him chase her, things like that. Did she fight back? No. Holy shit, man. Remember she had that gash right here? Mm. Mm. Let me ask you guys a question. You know, if he was doing this, if you were to understand and believe what she's saying, right? If he was doing this to her, like what about the other people that stayed a lot longer? Like the KK was there for what, 10 plus years? Um what would why would KK stay too? Was she also worried? Do we know what, like I'm wondering about KK, like when is she going to come out? When is she going to come out? That's what I want to know. Okay. He says, did she fight back? No. What did you hear and see? Mia says, suitcases being thrown in the foyer. Did you see Cassie after that? She was outside crying in a bush. She looked terrified. She gestured, I'm hiding. I'm in here. What did you do? Retreated. Mia's like, I'm out of here. I don't want to get involved, or I'm worried. I don't want to get hurt. KK knew a lot of this. If you were to believe anything that these witnesses have said, KK was the one that was well aware. KK was participating in at least knowing about this. You know what I mean? So it makes you kind of wonder, well, KK, like all of these people, like that. This is why I'm like, oh my God, all of these people. You know what I mean? The prosecution advised yesterday that they're removing witnesses off the list. I think it's become repetitive. And they did say that. That's right. You're absolutely right. Um did everybody know? I think I'm gonna tell you reading the transcripts. There's times where there have been some of the questions have been so repetitive, so repetitive that I'm like, can you ask even with Nash? Some of these questions were a little bit repetitive about the hairstyle. That was unnecessary. That was unnecessary. Didn't need to happen. Here you go, girl. All right. Yes, that's what I gotta say. Hold up. Now, do we have an update? Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. Did you tell? Did you tell anyone? She's asked, did you tell anyone? I think the chef was in the kitchen. The sentiment was like, objection from Steele. Judge says sustain. What did the chef say to you? Objection. Not for the truth. Judge says sustain. Okay. Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Sorry about that. Hold up. And then I have to acknowledge. Hold up. Is it Akuchi? Hey, hey. On Rewind Fire Rabbit Fire Festival 2.0, Rabbit tells stories about men in underwear. I know. Thank you, Kuchi, for the $5. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. We don't have an update yet. Brian, they said sustain. Okay, hold up. Comb security would sometimes, this is CNN, Comb security would sometimes show up if Ventura didn't answer his calls. X says. Okay. Um, Former assistant Mia said that the rapper would reach out to Cassie Ventura repeatedly when they were together. If Ventura wouldn't answer, there'd be multiple people calling, texting, emailing her, trying to find her, or security would show up. This was Cassie said that as well in her testimony. That he was like constantly calling her. And said that Mia, one of Sean Diddy Combs' assistants, alleged victims said she spent as much as she could allowed with Cassie. Like there was, I guess, time limits with how much time she could spend with Cassie, I guess. I don't know. All right, we have an update. What happened in Cassie's apartment? We were there, me, Cass, and Deontay Nash. What were you doing? Helping her pack for a big trip to London? Puff came banging on the door, very irate. How did he get in? Key from the front desk. Oh, shit. Nobody's safe. No, like he's coming in very irate. Um, the the chef hasn't testified. Mm-mm. I don't think so. Yeah, she has not testified yet. You said she's on the list? Yeah, I don't know, but she is not testified. Um, is Mia testifying on open court or is she a private room behind a scene? See, I don't know, Nadia. I do wonder about this. How did they figure this out? I wondered about this too. Okay, hold up. Sign this NDA and watch this video of the beating. Oh my God. Okay. What was Mr. Combs asking Cassie? He said, "Have you been drinking or something?" She hadn't answered his calls. What did Mr. Combs do? He came after me and Deontay screaming. Has she been drinking? He was crazy aggressive and he attacked her. Okay. So she's not wanting to have communication with Diddy at this moment. And oh yeah, I'm a savage. Was it something like this? Y'all remember this one? What was Mr. Combs asking Cassie? He said, "Have you been drinking or something?" She didn't answer his calls. She hadn't answered his calls. What did Mr. Combs do? He came after me and Deontay screaming. Has she been drinking? He was, aggressive and attacked her. He's aggressive and attacked her. Give me one sec, y'all. Someone reports then Drew that she's behind the screen, and the jurors can see her. It sounds like that's what I heard. That only the jurors, but not like the journalists can't see her or anything like that. Mia then responds. He threw her to the ground, and me and Deontay jumped and tried to stop it. Oh my goodness. What did you do? Deontay's very small in comparison to Puff. There was a little tornado going on. We had Deontay in a position where I was scared he was going to kill him. That does corroborate Deontay's testimony. Deontay Nash. Okay. That's what we know so far. Hold up. See, no updates. No updates. No updates. Give me one sec. It says, so he had Deontay in a position where I was scared he was going to kill him. So I jumped on Puff, but he threw me off against the wall. I felt like I was in slow motion. I realized we were in a bigger danger. He ran into the bedroom and grabbed Cass. Okay. Under her bed is this wooden bed platform. He slammed her head into the corner. Oh, and that's where she got that gash? That's where she got that cash? That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's see. What injuries did Cassie get? Her head was gushing blood. What did Combs do? He got into protector survivor mode. He said to call the doctor so and so until Cassie was drunk and hit her head. Why did you do? Puff said to. Damn. He said, call the doctor. She's drunk. He could have unalived her. Well, he was like, he got into protect her. I think he knew what the hell he was doing there. You know what I mean? Like, he's like, I got scared. Yeah. Have a good day at work. Shout out to you. You know what I mean? Like, shout out to you. Let's see. Hold up. Here it is. We have an update. Oh my gosh. My screen just went away. Hold up. His eyes were black. It was like he was looking through me. He was like completely. Let's get next question, says the judge. Did you see Mr. Combs take drugs? Yes. When he was high, how did he appear? Sometimes like the life of the party or hyper. I want to say hyper is what it says. Okay. So they're getting to the next question. She's corroborating the incident. Oh my gosh, y'all. His eyes were black. That's what I feel like I've heard that more than once when people have talked about this. His eyes were black. That's it. Okay. Mia is not KK. People have been asking that over and over. Mia is not KK. Mia is a whole different person than KK. Even the timeline. We're talking about two different people, y'all. People have been asking that over and over. Okay, so it says, when he was high, how did he appear? Sometimes the life of the party or hyper. Where was this? Ibiza or Burning Man or music conferences? When he smashed her head, did he seem high? No. Did you go to Prince's party? Yes. What happened the night before? Big award ceremony, suite in the Beverly? Okay. I mean, they're all corroborating each other's statements of the events that happen. That's what it sounds like. You know what I mean? Let's see. Yeah, if you look back on the video, he had that wig. That's right. Huh. Are they talking about the same green wig, which by the way, she looked phenomenal in that wig? Just saying. Beverly Hills. Prince. Okay. He told me to stay with Cassie, that he was going to be at his house with his kids. But then I heard about Prince's party. What did you do? Cass and I debated like little kids if we would sneak out of the house and go to Prince's party. Oh my God. Could you imagine being a grown adult having to sneak out of the house? What? You're a grown adult. That's how, I guess, volatile the situation was. You're a grown adult and you're having to plan to sneak out of a house. Like, that's crazy to me. Yeah, she looked fire on that wig. That's crazy to me. I'm planning to sneak out. That's the control. That's that coercive control piece. Grown ass women can't go enjoy themselves. Like that was what I was just saying. Somebody said in the comments. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm like, what? You know? Oh, who are you talking about? I don't. We don't. This Mia is not. Like I said, she's an employee. That's all we can say. We don't. We don't know who it is. I know it's a lot of curiosity, but we don't know who she is, honestly, and I'm not even gonna rack my brain on it. Let's see. I see the RICO, especially like here. Oh, I see the RICO, but hey, that's just me though. But okay. I have a lot of questions. There's a lot of, questions that I have, and there's issues that I'm like some of the witnesses I do wonder. But that's normal because we're allowed to question a little bit on that. Prince performed on a little table. Excuse me. Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in and his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap, Cass just booked it. Government says, where did you go? Across the streets there were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cass and had her on the ground. Oh my god, that's like me too. I have a very hard time with anybody telling me what to do all the time. Till this day, till this day, I like nobody. Still, I have a hard time with anybody telling me what to do. But it sounds like Prince performed on a little table. Then I saw Puff come in and his bucket hat. We locked eyes. I thought, oh crap, Cass booked it. Where did you go? Across the street where there were woods or bushes, but Puff caught Cass and had her on the ground. That's fucking crazy, man. He was doing all this shit. Okay. Mia says Puff started to attack her, but Prince security quickly intervened. Prince security quickly intervened. Let me say something. They better have one of them as a witness. Puff started to attack her, but Prince security quickly intervened. And later, I went to another hotel. The next day, HR told me Puff was suspending me without pay. Did she say why? That Puff said that I was being insubordinate. Get Joe. Oh my god. Good job, Princess Security. The only people, only security, not the Roger Bonds, not the D Rocks, not the other folks. The only people that did anything was Princess Security. Mm. Oh my god, really, Team Maker? Hope you're doing well, Team Maker. Shout out to you, Team Maker. I know, right? Leave that girl alone to enjoy Prince's party. You have Prince on a table, on a little table. May he rest in peace. Chasing that lady down, and they wonder why she didn't run off. Well, obviously she had multiple times. Look at that. I mean, that's true. He would physically chase after her. Oh my god. Yo, you cannot make this up. You cannot make this up. Well, like he was supposed to be with the kids, right? Why couldn't they just go to a party? You weren't supposed to be there. Oh my god, I'm getting mad and I'm not even there. I saw him pick her up and thought he's going to kill her. This is from CNN. Mia started choking up as she described the time that she had witnessed Sean Diddy Combs attack Cassie. She testified Combs then followed Ventura into the bedroom. I saw him pick her up and thought he's going to kill her. He slammed her head into the corner of the bed. Okay, that's that. She said that she started gushing blood, and there's photos of this. So those are the photos of the exhibits. For those that want to deny that actually happened, they have them in exhibits. I guess we need to see another CNN video of her being beat. Maybe a little bit more brutally for people to believe that happened. But okay. When the attack eventually stopped, Combs told Mia to get in touch with an assistant to schedule an appointment with the plastic surgeon to fix the gash on Ventura's head. He told Mia to say that Ventura fell off because she was drunk. That's crazy, man. No update. So the girl gets fired, I guess. The girl gets fired, or at least gets what's the word? Suspended. Not fired, suspended. But that's, how do you suspend somebody without pay? What the hell? Where is that at? Can you suspend people without pay? Hold up, let me see. Is that even a thing? Let me see. Can you suspend a person? I think it depends on the state. Without pay. And this is in California, right? I know that there's like some states have at-will employees and stuff like that. Oh, wow. Oh, I guess they can. Y'all, I've never been through that. So that's why I was wondering about that. Okay. The judge says break. Jury leaves. Miss Smicer, how much longer with Mia's direct? The rest of the day. We'd like her off the stand by the end of the week. Agnifilo speaks. This is a problem. First, it was a flight. Now this. The judge says, I have not cut anything. She's going to be on... she's going to be on the stand all day with the government. She's going to be on the stand all day with the government. Are we on a lunch break? Court breaks for lunch. Yes, we are. Good, because I got to go to the restroom. In California, employees can suspend non-exempt employees without pay for disciplinary reasons for pending investigations. So if there's a pending investigation, they can discipline you without pay. Oh, my God. You still have employee rights at will states. That's right. I just didn't know that that was a thing in Cali, though. You just suspend them like that? That's insane to me. That is insane to me. It can be done in most states, says Vicky. Wow. I will say this. If you work in government, make sure you get if you ever get in trouble, make sure you get a lawyer for that. Don't go straight to HR. Get you a lawyer. Okay? That's what you got to do. Trust me when I say that. I supervised, and I've seen a lot of shit go down, and it's always good to get a lawyer when you're facing things like this. Let's see, how long ago was this? Why is TMC saying that Diddy can soon be free? What the fuck? What is he talking about? Okay, the judge says, I let Mr. Donaldson take time we wanted. Agnifilo, I'm not blaming the court. It's a pattern I'm seeing. The judge says it's common courtesy. Agnifilo says, I don't know how long Mr. Steele's cross will be. They don't need to put these things on the record. Oh, shit. Okay. Agnifilo's like, I'm mad. Okay? Now, I got to run to the restroom. Play this for a little bit. Y'all let me know what you guys think.
And it was of an unknown woman, but they had a fingerprint. What the prosecution tried to do was insinuate that they could take that fingerprint and tie it to a fingerprint that was on the arson attack on the Porsche. Well, guess what? Cuddy's fingerprint that he took off that door was gone,
was destroyed.
Gone.
At some point, that after it was in police custody, that was destroyed. And when the prosecution raised that during the testimony from an arson investigator, the defense said, hold on a second. It's like the scene is, wait, you're out of order. This whole court's out of order. They were very upset and felt that this was grounds for a mistrial because they had, what they felt is the prosecutors were insinuating Diddy somehow had something to do with the destruction.
Which is sort of like losing the Cassie video in 2016 at the Intercontinental.
Yes. Yes.
There's two big issues with presenting this kind of testimony to the jury. One, they might think you're trying to draw a connection where you have none. You have one set of fingerprints and you're testifying about another set of fingerprints that you can't actually connect. The other problem is this had only happened around 8 months before that evidence was destroyed. So it plants the seed, according to Diddy's defense team, that Diddy was somehow behind the destruction of evidence, maybe paid off an LAPD official. And you remember during the jury selection process, a lot of people said that they thought Diddy was a rich and powerful person who can make things go away.
Yeah, and the defense is saying the prosecution is playing into that conspiracy theory that maybe is already out there in the jury pool.
Yeah, but there's no evidence that Diddy paid anybody off or anything.
No,
which is their
make
point.
them sort of prejudice against Diddy, just the mere thought in front of them. It's hard to unring the bell.
This seems like a small, insignificant thing that the defense is saying.
Well, I don't know. I don't think it's insignificant.
No, because clearly people think that. I mean,
the
there's
rule for the prosecution in this is like a nothing thing.
Yeah, well, you're right that the judge just said, "Hey, jurors, don't listen to that testimony." Struck the testimony, but didn't declare a mistrial.
Let's hold on. Get real for a second. What the prosecution is saying or insinuating, according to the defense, is Diddy knew those fingerprints were going to incriminate him via some associate and connect him to the arson and then the burglary.
And by the way, there was also testimony from an LAPD officer that the car, they had a photo and they saw the car that was, or an SUV that was parked in front of the house, led back to, it was owned by Bad Boy. So again,
but that's at least hard evidence. But the insinuation is that Diddy destroyed the fingerprint because it incriminated him in the arson and connected him to the burglary.
I have a very important question.
It's an
I have a very important question.
There's reasonable doubt here.
It is an insinuation, but here's my question. Did the LAPD officer offer any explanation why evidence from an investigation that was less than a year old, that was at that point
was
7, 8
destroyed?
months, why was it destroyed? And I'm not insinuating anything, but if I'm on the jury, I want to know why was it destroyed?
Well, let me tell you, they watch CS.
Point though, Charles, it's a great point, because why was evidence that's so fresh destroyed? This isn't a cold case from 25 years ago where you're clearing out the decks for new evidence coming in. This is a very fresh
was
case.
it destroyed?
Yeah, there was an investigator who mentioned that they were destroyed. He said it was strange that they were. He would have needed to sign off on something like that, and somebody went around him and did this.
So when was it? What year? This is important. What year was it destroyed? And what year was the? And what year? And what year? And what year was the arson?
The arson was January.
In January of 2012, and the burglary was December of 2011. So
Okay,
about 8 months.
So here's the thing, and people in the jury watch CSI. The statute of limitations had not run.
This is very true.
The statute of limitations had not run. Why would they destroy evidence when it's still a live case that can be prosecuted if they get more evidence, especially when it involves a celebrity as big as Diddy? Why would something that critical
Why do
be
I
destroyed?
feel like, as you're speaking right now, you are making the defense's case for a mistrial?
I'm saying that it's powerful.
Yeah, it is very powerful. I don't.
So who destroyed it and why?
Well, by the way, the bottom line here is the judge refused to declare a mistrial. There was no mistrial, but the judge did do something that I always think is interesting in a trial. The judge said that the jury gave them instructions they cannot consider any of the testimony about the fingerprints, either at the burglary or at the fire.
That's the biggest crock of all.
So what so the jury is going to act like
The biggest crock of all trials is telling the jury, don't listen to something you just heard, and, but disremember it, expunge it from your brain. It's not practical, but it's something the judge has to do.
Plus, the defense made such a big stink about it that you got to think, oh, why are they raising this?
Exactly, it makes it even
worse.
worse.
Something must have happened. They got rattled.
People's brains are not like an Etch-a-Sketch. And the reality here is that on appeal, this could come up because, look, look, I think it is interesting. Why was it destroyed? Because, look, a lot of people are going to say that Diddy also destroyed the original video at the Intercontinental Hotel in 2016. So if he's capable of doing that, did he destroy the fingerprint, or did he pay somebody off, to destroy the fingerprint in 2011 or 12? And, look, there's no proof that happened. But how, the
How does
jury,
the jury not to
how does the
make
jury
that
not?
leap?
That's right.
How do you
That
bring
is
it up on
right.
appeal if you don't know what the answer is?
No, you bring up the prejudice to their client.
Yeah,
what
that's
you do is
exactly
you
what I
preserved
do.
it for appeal, and you say the judge overruled me, didn't declare a mistrial. That was an error, and now they have a grounds for appeal. I'd be interested to see if he loses and gets convicted, what they do with this.
I'm Brooke. I'm from the UK. I think the defense team is just scrambling. I think it's clearly obvious, Diddy is a powerful man. It's within his power to get these things done behind the scenes. People have known about him for years. There's been rumors for years. I'm not even in the country and I've known there's rumors about this man for years. I think he's clearly guilty. We've seen it. The public knows it. Let's just get justice done and get justice for these women, please.
Well, there's something called a trial, right? And you kind of want to go through the trial
Skip all that.
before you
Guilty.
Yeah, you don't want to skip over the trial part.
That's not how it works in this country, or even in yours.
We have sort of trial-related news.
Yes. Good news for Cassie. We broke the story yesterday that she was in a hospital in the labor unit, and what's supposed to happen in a labor unit happened. She had the baby, her third child, with Alex Fine, and the baby was born sometime Tuesday afternoon, late Tuesday afternoon. And we're told that although the baby arrived slightly early, maybe like within days, mom and child are doing just fine. We do not know the gender yet.
Do not know the gender.
She was the star witness in this Diddy case just a couple weeks ago. And even a judge had noticed that she was ready to pop. And he noted that they were going to limit her testimony because they were concerned she was going to be giving birth any day. So at least baby is here, baby is healthy, and all is well.
Okay,
Yeah.
we are going to move on.
Today was the day when the drip, drip, drip of the Diddy trial evidence became all-out waterboarding. And wouldn't you know it, it came from a celebrity stylist who sashayed his way up onto the witness stand. Deontay Nash had the kind of joie de vivre and sass that literally had that courtroom hooked from the moment he showed up. Apart from being right out of central casting, Nash hammered nails into Diddy's coffin today, one after the other, by testifying about things that line up squarely with racketeering. If you think the trial so far has been all about domestic abuse and not about the charges that Diddy's actually facing, like sex trafficking and racketeering, this stylist, Deontay Nash, his tour on the witness stand might just change your mind. Look, it is no secret that Diddy was violent, abhorrent, disgusting. We all saw what he did to Cassie on video. He admitted to it himself, but he's not charged with assault. And Deontay Nash testified about things that went way beyond violence and went straight to the heart of the prosecution's case: force, fraud, coercion. He told the jury that he actually witnessed Sean Combs regularly beating and threatening his girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, and that he would threaten to release the sex tapes of her, that he would use those sex tapes to get her parents fired from their jobs, and that he, Diddy, as head of Bad Boy Records, would refuse to release her music if Cassie didn't do as he said.
That was kind of cringy.
If you're keeping
that was kind of cringy. I'm not drip, 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 and sachet. That was a little cringy, Banfield.
Score, that kind of behavior from a guy at the head of an enterprise could easily be seen as the jury as extortion, coercion, forced labor, all the elements, the racketeering charges that Diddy's fighting. The stylist also testified that on Cassie's 29th birthday.
Robin, thank you so much for this PayPal. Thank you, Robin. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
She confided in this stylist that she did not want to participate.
And pause again. Thank you again for the PayPal as well. I got it too, my love. Thank you.
In Diddy's planned freak-off. After all, it was her birthday, not his. Maybe there were some freak-offs that she enjoyed, and maybe there were some that she did not, but felt she had no choice.
It's not working,
For the
Richard.
record,
What do you think? Did it work? Drip, drip, sachet. What? What? Just say the news how it is.
forcing your employee, using your enterprise and your power at the top to have illegal sex with prostitutes that have crossed state lines. That's called sex trafficking, friends. It's called forced labor. And that is what Diddy is charged with in this trial.
He is.
But this trial has so many people asking the question, what exactly is RICO? Well, technically, RICO stands for Racketeer Influenced Corrupt Organization. And back in the 70s, the feds created it as a means to bring down the mob, like an umbrella charge that bunched all together a whole bunch of different crimes. And that is the same federal law that Diddy's facing now. My next two guests know this law maybe better than anyone and know how hard it is to beat a federal RICO case because they're both former mobsters jailed by the feds for RICO. Michael Francisi was a captain in New York's Colombo crime family. He served 8 years for racketeering and extortion. And Anthony Ruggiano Jr. is the son of a Gambino crime captain who was locked up 4 different times for robbery, gambling, and yes, RICO. Michael and Anthony, welcome to both of you. And Michael, I said Francisi, and I think it's Francis, so I will correct myself before we even get started. Thank you both so much for being here. I have so many questions for you. Let me start with this, and I'm going to open it up to the both of you, but Michael, I'm going to get you to start. For a lot of people, RICO is all about the mob. It's all about what you see on The Sopranos. It's those kinds of crimes. It's not the stuff that they see on tape where Diddy's beating his girlfriend up. But I know that you guys have had a chance to kind of look into this case. You've heard what I just said in the opening of this case. So do you think that this is RICO, or are you scratching your heads?
Well, first of all, you can say my name either way, Francis or Francisi, so you're correct. But I will say, the RICO statute was definitely created, I think back in 1970, a fellow by the name of DeBakey created it specifically to go after the mob. No question about that. It's certainly evolved over the years because the government obviously can use a law in any way they see fit. They've gone after Wall Street people with it and a lot of other people. So they'll use it outside of the mob. What's a little bit confusing here is normally there is a criminal enterprise that's involved, a group of people. I had 3 racketeering indictments, 2 federal and 1 state. And in each case, it was the Francis family, the Francis.
Hey, Storm. Thank you for this. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read the message. Thank you for this. I appreciate it. Let me hit play on this.
Group as part of an enterprise, and I had a lot of co-defendants. I didn't hear the government's opening statement on this to see how they tied this into a racketeering statute, because as far as I know, it's only Diddy on trial, and he's on trial alone. So are they claiming that he is a one-man enterprise? That's what's kind of confusing to me, because the charges against him can certainly stand alone. I don't think they need to be part of a racketeering indictment. But again, I'd have to know what the opening statement was and how they put that theory together that this could be under the RICO statute.
So you know what? I'll throw this in here. And Anthony, you can jump in. From the way I see things, what the prosecutors have tried to determine was that here's Diddy at the top of Bad Boy Records and the enterprise that he's created, the big businesses that he's created. He's got employees that he's paying as security. He's got employees like Cassie, who is supposed to be releasing music. He's got employees like assistants who he tells, you go and set up the freak-offs and you go and get my drugs. And, you grab Cassie and bring her to this vacant building and threaten her with a lie detector test. So I think what they're trying to say is that he used his business and he used his corporate card from Bad Boy Enterprises and he used cash from the business plus assistants and employees to carry out a lot of the crimes that they're alleging one after the other, with these witnesses. So if I lay it out that way, Anthony, what do you think? Do you think this lines up with the RICO that you know?
I feel a lot like Michael. I'm struggling with it too because my RICOs also, there was co-defendants. I read his indictment. I started reading his indictment today, and his business is the enterprise.
Yes.
And the people that work for him.
I don't think the other guy understands RICO. I know he's got a huge, big channel. Yes, R. Kelly did get convicted for RICO as well, for racketeering. He did. He was in 2021, and he was found guilty in New York. Okay, and he's sentence is 30 years. So yeah, the R. Kelly was definitely RICO. I don't know if it's just like, I don't know. I mean, there is a lot of like, because I'm telling you, I get confused about RICO all the time. I think that it's just because it's just an umbrella and like all of it falls under, it's very easy for people to get confused. I know I do all the time. So when we see this, but I'm looking at the elements and I feel like there are certain aspects of this case that do qualify under RICO, under Diddy's case. That if I'm the juror and I'm there, not knowing anything that I know now, I would be looking at this, okay, forced labor. Here's text messages, kidnapping, the arson. I don't know about the arson. I feel like that's a little bit of a stretch. In my opinion, I don't know. I don't know if we have enough, in my opinion. All of these people under him, and please note that it's, even if say your security guard is the one that's all the, the breaking the law, but he's still under you, under that business. So yeah. And then you have the prostitution, flying in escorts, all of that. So yeah, and they only have to prove 2 out of the 8. Is that correct? 2 out of the 8. But let me keep playing this, and then I got to show you guys what they said while we were on break.
Well, part of the conspiracy, so maybe they're unindicted co-conspirators, and they got immunity because, like Michael said, on my indictment it said the United States of America versus, and then there was 8 names, and we all conspired to commit crimes. Diddy's alone. Who did he conspire with? Did he conspire by himself? Did he extort people? Yes, he did. Did he kidnap people? He held them against his will? Yes, he did. He brought people across state lines, which is a federal offense. But to be a RICO just on him, I it's hard for me to understand how that happens.
Yeah, and I do think that, I mean, listen, we got weeks and weeks left.
So what he doesn't understand is like, it's just him. No, it's not just him. So all these people that they have under immunity, right? Diddy is the head of the snake, and then they're going to come after the people that they couldn't get them to testify or anything like that. I mean, that's how you go for the head of the snake, and then you go after everybody else. I think that's the thing. And I felt the same way too. I'm like, how come we're only talking about Diddy? Where's everybody else? Well, the way I understood it, and it's been explained, is that you have to go after Diddy, and then you go after everybody else. And then all those people, those unindicted co-conspirators, believe it or not, Cassie is an unindicted co-conspirator of these crimes. She also, signed whatever she had to sign, to cooperate with the government. A good example is George Kaplan. During the hearings, George Kaplan was going in and he was like, I don't want to be here, but I have to cooperate with the government, because nobody's trying to go to jail. They don't want to be charged. But after Diddy, then they come for the rest of them. They have to charge Diddy first, and then they come for the rest of them, if that makes sense. So we kind of went through that, I want to say a couple days ago, but for those that don't know.
Of just the prosecutor's case, but already we've seen one of the assistants who said he got immunity. And my feeling is that his second in command, Christina Coram, either she's going to plead the fifth, or she's going to have been offered immunity or use immunity for her testimony. I do think you're right. It's kind of confusing without the conspirators, but my feeling is that right now, to get the testimony against the guy at the top, they may be offering them immunity. But like I said, we still have to find that out. I got this question for you, Michael. I opened the show by saying that I felt sad by sitting through a lot of today's testimony, because this stylist, he just went over instance after instance of just vicious beating. and control that Diddy had allegedly over Cassie, things he saw firsthand, things that he even tried to step in and stop by jumping on Diddy's back. Blood coming down Cassie's face during one of the beatings that Diddy allegedly turns around and says, "Look what you all made me do." And I wondered about a guy like that. Now that this is all coming out in the public, if Diddy's convicted, this is not the kind of behavior that I used to hear about with the mob. They beat up and killed guys, but they didn't beat up and kill girls all the time. Do you see a big difference here with the kind of behavior Diddy's accused of doing compared to the behavior of mobsters?
Oh, absolutely. Let me say this. I always take the position, someone's innocent until proven guilty. That's just my position all the time. However, we have seen certain things. I think everybody has seen the hotel video where he was obviously beating her up. And the testimony has been absolutely despicable. And nobody in my former life would ever approve of something like that. And I think Anthony will vouch for that. We didn't beat up women. We didn't do things like that. We were taught to respect women in a big way, especially our families. So, in our life, if you violated another made man's wife, daughter, sister, mother, you're in a lot of trouble. So we didn't stand for that in any way, shape, or form. And like I said, the acts that are being described here are disgusting, despicable. If somebody like that was in our former life, he wouldn't last, quite honestly. And again, I would love to hear, I believe that the defense is going to attack the RICO statute here. You said, possibly there are witnesses that have been given immunity. Not possibly, 100%. I mean, that's how government builds cases. They go after people, they get them to cooperate, and they give them immunity. So like Anthony said, there's probably several unindicted co-conspirators here that all decided, hey, we're not going to take the fall, we're going to cooperate. We're going to testify, and that's why they weren't indicted. So I would believe what Anthony said, that they're going to use the theory that you said, that the whole Bad Boy Records was a criminal enterprise. He was at the top of it. He used these other people to implement his criminal schemes, and that's how they charged him with RICO. But these acts are just the real question is, how did this go on for 20 years? 20 years this was going on. A guy as high profile as that, and I've said this before, and nobody gets charged for it. It's allowed to continue for 20 years. There's no question that people knew that this was going on. There were high profile people involved. How does something like this go on for 20 years? Anthony, in our former life, this wouldn't last a year. People would be down in it.
Definitely.
Yeah, you know what, Anthony, I'm gonna get you to dovetail on that because I want to know if Diddy's convicted and he ends up spending the rest of his life in a federal prison, given what we know now, the filth of his behavior, the absolute filth of his behavior when it came to how he treats women. One woman, absolutely. The others, so far, it's just an accusation. How will he fare behind bars?
Well, I have two scenarios. If the BOP buries him in like a Marion or the Supermax in Colorado, he'll do a terrible bit. But if he goes to, my opinion, if he goes to a regular federal prison, he's going to be fine because the kids there, the people there, he has a lot of money. He's still, he's in the music business. Everybody wants to be a hip hop artist. He's going to do fine in prison. He's going to do a good bit. He's got a ton of money, and he's going to do fine in prison unless the BOP buries him in a Supermax. That's the only way he's going to have issues. Other than that, I don't think he's going to have a problem with a certain group of people. Maybe mob guys might shun him. I'm sure people might throw, innuendos at him. He might have a fight or two, but overall, I think he's going to do fine in there because of who he is and all his money. Just like Madoff did fine in there. All these other criminals.
Tell me why you think he would have a tougher time at a Supermax. What would be the difference, and what would that tougher time look like?
He'll be isolated. You get an hour a day. He'll be locked in a cell 23 hours a day. He'll have no rep. He'll have no contact to the outside world. He'll have nobody to talk to. He'll be just alone, isolated. And that's hard on a person to be isolated like that.
But you know what? Maybe if you got a target on your back because of the way you allegedly used women as punching bags for 20 years, maybe it would be better to be isolated than the alternative. Can't thank you both more for being so candid about your past and helping us to sort of understand what's at stake in this federal courtroom. I'd love to have you both back. Michael Francis and Anthony Ruggiano, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our News Nation app right now on your.
All right, thank you, Chris Cuomo. Thank you. I do wonder though, like, what do Diddy's RICO charges mean? Banfield did another drop.
Today was the day when the drip.
See, I can't with her. Like, just say the news. Just say the news. That's all you have to do. Where the drip, sachet. What is that? What is that? What are you doing? You're laughing. She said drip, sachet. Yeah. What's wrong with the courtroom artist? You don't think she drew a very cute picture of Diddy with a little heart like this? He was doing this. He was doing this, y'all. He was doing this. You said I need her to shut the fuck up. Come on, Vicky. Vicky's got no patience. They got no patience for anybody. Oh my God. Well, I think that the interviewing former mob people is interesting. Now, let me tell you guys what happened while we were on break. And this is not, they were deciding. So we talked about Cass. Okay, they took a break. And then the judge asked, okay, Agnifilo and the judge kind of got into it a little bit. The judge had said, I have not cut anything. And then the judge says, I let Mr. Donaldson take the time we wanted. Agnifilo says, I'm not blaming the court. It's a pattern of seeing, Judge. It's common courtesy. Agnifilo says, I don't know how long Mr. Steele's cross will be. They don't need to put these things on the record. The judge says, if we can complete this witness this week, fantastic. It'll keep things moving. The court, the government says, many of our witnesses are flying from across the country. We need to know for flights next week. Monday, Mr. Nash was twice as long as the direct. Okay, then the government jumps in and says, Mr. Steele told us he anticipates his cross being an hour and a half or two. I in no event longer than direct, not to hold him to it. The judge says, I want to keep on schedule. How late will we be going? The judge says, latest 4. And now they're a break. But y'all, I don't know if I can stay till 4, but I will be here as much as I can. Okay. They're going to be staying late again. So these people, I'd be like, if I was I'd be like, listen, I got to catch the train, the bus, the Uber, the taxi. It's New York. Like, I got to get home. I got to take the train, the bus, the Uber, the taxi, all of them. The horse, whatever I can to get home. Oh my God. That's crazy. Thank you. I just can't, man. You said, Cece said, girl, as a pastor's wife, I'm definitely not doing a job interview for someone in their underwear. I would probably offer prayer and politely leave. Then I would be rebuking the demon. I had somebody answer the door in their underwear while I was at work. Yeah, it's a thing. Some people will do that, but I'm coming to their property, so that makes sense, I guess. I don't know. That does happen. Take it for what it's worth. What do you guys make of the Punisher?
Well, his stage name, the Punisher, to the jury, Sheree Hayes, is his real name and one of the few witnesses to give an uncensored look inside Diddy's freak-offs. In 2012, the exotic dancer allegedly received a call from a woman requesting a striptease for someone named Janet, aka Cassie Ventura, and her friends. Hayes says he believes Cassie found him through his getpunished.com website. And at their first meeting, Hayes said Cassie told him her and her husband liked to create a sexy scene, one that her husband would eventually come out to watch. And during that first encounter, Diddy allegedly gave mostly subtle directions. The compensation for that rendezvous, $2,000.
Oh,
Under cross-examination, Hayes testified that Cassie did not appear uncomfortable during their encounters. He, quote, did not get any cues that there was a discomfort with what was going on over the 8 to 12
You
interactions
said-
they all had.
hold up. Pika said that the Punisher looks better with this mask on. That's what I think. Sorry, I'll self-corner now. Oh man, I just thought he was like his self-promotion of the book was interesting. I'll say that much.
Sheree said, the Punisher Hayes joins me now, and he's also the author of In Search of Freezer Meat. He joins us now. Sheree, welcome. It's been a week since you testified. First of all, I'm just wondering what the reaction has been like in your life, knowing that this is such a high-profile case, and here you are in the spotlight in this way.
Yeah, it's been like a whirlwind. You know, constant outreach from media outlets like this, and just friends and family, people from junior high school actually reaching out just randomly, you know, to check in and speak up. It's been very interesting trying week.
I don't know if I would be happy. Like, come on, Punisher, you're doing too much.
Reflected, I think, in some time about what your testimony said and what is like in that courtroom. Can you tell me a little bit what it was like to be on that stand a few feet away from Sean Diddy Combs, who you obviously had been around before in these sexual encounters, but he was more of a voyeur at those times. What was it like being in the room in the courtroom?
Yeah, so I have to say, I thought going into it, I was pretty prepared and confident, but literally when I walked in the room, I got complete anxiety. Like my entire body was shaking. Whatever I envisioned or what I thought, because obviously you can't see anything, it was the tension and the magnitude of the moment was much, much deeper. So it was to some degree terrifying. Like I just could not, whatever I envisioned, it was just so much more that I was not mentally prepared.
You know, I mentioned that he was a voyeur during the sexual encounters. You were involved with Cassie Ventura directly in those rooms, as you've testified. Were you ever involved with Sean Diddy Combs? Did you two ever have an interaction in those sexual encounters?
No, actually, not one conversation, not even eye contact.
Really?
Yeah.
Did that surprise you?
Well, it was told to me immediately, like on the first encounter, that I was instructed to not look at him, not acknowledge him, not have any interactions with
by Cassie.
Yeah, by Cassie. So those were the instructions. So I did my best to follow them to the best of my ability because, you know, initially I did not know who they were. And so I just saw it as an opportunity. I see this stunningly beautiful woman and, you know, $2,000 for this type of interaction was, you know, kind of like a no-brainer in terms of it. So I wanted to follow the directions as much as possible. So there was literally no interaction, I didn't even look directly at him.
Because normally you are a dancer and this was an interaction that would have resulted in sexual intercourse.
Exactly. So yeah, so this is nuance. It's not something that happens. You know, I've done thousands of parties. This is the only time I was propositioned with something like this, and it was in such magnitude. Like in the Trump Hotel, it's like these huge suites, and you can tell this is a very high profile couple. So I just wanted to be as professional for the scenario as I would assume was required.
Did you ever travel outside of New York with them?
I did not.
When you were engaged in this encounter and intimate with Cassie Ventura, as you've said on the stand, you were asked about whether you had any notice or any idea how she felt about the interaction, whether she was consenting, whether she was uncomfortable in any way. You testified you did not feel as though she was uncomfortable at all. Can you explain?
Yeah, so there was always, like, before the sexual activity, there was always like downtime. So I would be greeted by Cassie, kind of put in a room, and we would have casual conversation.
About how long did that last?
10, 15 minutes, you know, and it would be, you know, consistent. How's work going? How's the parties? How's things? So it seemed like a very cordial, laid back situation. And I actually believed that the scenario was real. It was like her birthday. This was something they were doing as a couple that wasn't normal. I mean, that wasn't their norm. And I honestly thought I was the only person they were engaging with. So I had almost a belief that I was, wow, like this is a cool thing. Like I'm the person they're choosing for this kind of fetish type of environment. And
nothing seemed illegal to you or anything out of sorts?
Not even close. Like I didn't even get any thought of anybody being like under the influence of any drugs or anything. It seems like for the circumstance, everybody was just normally in their right state of mind. And this was just something they did for sexual pleasure.
You never saw any violence?
Nothing close.
You know, interestingly, you say you haven't seen any violence. You didn't see anyone under the influence of drugs, and you didn't have any idea that she was not consenting in some way. Why do you think you were called to testify?
I'm still trying to figure that out. Because after the fact, I'm the only thing that I can kind of maybe think is, you know, there was directions, right? It was in my testimony. It was clear that it was him, I guess, somewhat in control. You know, not overbearingly. I mean, it was said to me this scene we were creating was for her husband, aka him. So the only thing I can say is maybe they were trying to show another element of control And even though in my case it wasn't forceful or aggressive, but it's still another dynamic that maybe they were trying to establish.
Did you ever see cameras or anything being filmed?
I did not. The rooms were always extremely dim and dark, just candlelit. So it was, if there were cameras, it would have to be some sort of infrared low light scenario because it was very dark in there.
Who paid you?
Always Cassie.
Did you ever see where the money came from?
I did not. Only one time, like I said in my testimony, we were actually engaging in sexual activity, and he threw a stack of $100 bills on the bed. That Cassie turned to him and asked him if everything was fine. And he just said, I'm enjoying it, in so many words. And I know that money was collected after the fact and given to me.
Yeah.
So that would be the only scenario where I guess money came directly from him by way of, slamming it on the bed, like almost like how somebody would do at like at a strip club.
How, when you've reflected back on your testimony, do you think that your
I
testimony
think so
was helpful to the
too.
prosecution or the defense in any way?
I mean,
he's gonna write a book, or he wrote a book talking about deep freezer meat or something like that, something about dealing with ED or something. I don't know. I think he's going on he has been everywhere, and I'm sure he's been paid. CNN, NBC, Piers Morgan, a YouTuber channels. He's been everywhere, all over. Like, I mean, he's like, I'm gonna ride this out. I'm gonna ride this out.
Into it, I always thought that because I saw no violence or any outward aggression, I always wondered if this was more beneficial to the defense. But I don't understand the angle of how they're trying to take my testimony and connect it to what they're trying to prove. It's very nuanced what constitutes a RICO and racketeering, and I don't know enough yet. I haven't heard enough to see if my testimony aligns with what they're trying to prove.
One thing that Cassie said on the stand was that she wanted Diddy to know that people were not disposable. And it almost sounded like she was talking collectively about everyone involved in these sexual encounters and these so-called freak-offs. Did you yourself ever feel as though you were either disposable or that you yourself were being trafficked in some way or prostituted?
No, not trafficked in some way or whatever. There was always pressure in terms of being disposable because obviously I'm there to create something like a scene, to create an environment. So at times where there was sexual pressure, because it's out of my norm.
Wait, Miss Cheryl said that he looks like Wendy Williams' brother. No, he doesn't. Oh my God, now I can't take that image off my head. Like literally, I see them both. Oh my God.
I did have a feeling of, okay, I'm one, scenario where if I don't perform the right way, if I don't create the right ambiance, then maybe I won't get called back. But that's the most pressure that I had. There was no indication of I really believe they were just a happy couple, and this was a sexual fetish that they had.
Do you ever see them be affectionate during these freak-offs together?
I did not. They would never actually interact in front of me. There was like a kind of a cue where if he needed to speak to her or have some sort of direction with her, he would just stand up and leave the room. And if she saw that, she would follow him out. They would be gone 5-10 minutes. Then she'll come back and we'll resume for the most part. But no interaction in front of me. No even conversation other than his directions, which were subtle: move the light, turn your body, maybe put more oil. Those type of gestures in communication.
You said you wanted to, after your testimony, feel at peace with what you've said. Knowing what you do now about what Cassie Ventura has said about how she's felt about these freak-offs, what would you say to her if you could?
I would apologize. I would apologize because I had no idea, no indication what she was going through. And if, obviously my involvement kind of furthered her suffering, so just me knowing that as a man, being raised by a single mom and a grandma, just the thought of partaking in a scenario where a woman is possibly being abused is tough to hear. So, I would just apologize to her and, tell her that I was really remorseful and regret if I contributed to a bad experience for her.
Sheree Hayes, thank you so much for joining.
What do you guys think? He apologized. And they were talking about this. They were like, well, he apologized. He feels like, if he contributed to something. So I don't know. What do you guys think? I think it was, honest. I think, but he's writing this out. I mean, he's going to do what he's going to do. Now let's listen to Nancy. I don't know if I cannot stand Nancy sometimes, but okay. She says the jury can't ignore this in the Diddy trial.
To the matter at hand.
Yeah.
Your article was amazing, but I'd like to hear, before I get to that, your thoughts on what's happening in the courtroom now. There was just a motion for mistrial by the defense because someone destroyed fingerprint cards that relate to Kid Cudi's arson, and which of course that would have killed Cudi if he had been in his Porsche, right? So catch this, Kennedy. In the car, they find the receptacle, which can be, like a jar, a bottle. I've had a lot of Molotov cases. And who else could it be? It has to be Diddy because it was a designer scarf. A designer scarf, like an Hermes, if that's the right pronunciation, like an Hermes scarf, was used as a wick for a Molotov. Hello?
Nancy, it was a designer-like scarf, not a Hermes. Designer-like scarf. That's what it was.
Oh.
That is no, that has Diddy all over it. But also, Cassie and Diddy were in an on-again, off-again relationship throughout a lot of their tumultuous union. And during one of those off periods, she was allegedly seeing Kid Cudi, and Diddy found out about it and absolutely lost his mind because anyone in hip hop, especially someone who was more handsome and taller than him, was absolutely seen as an enemy. Anyone who was a threat to his total control over Cassie. So when he found out that she and Scott had been talking, he lost his mind, and he told her he told her that he was going to kill her and Kid Cudi, and that he was going to blow up his car. So she has already testified to that. Obviously, the relationship was explosive, and if these accounts are to be believed, Diddy was the whip that was lit, and the incendiary device was placed in his car, and who knows if it was meant to kill him, but it was absolutely meant to send a message that you are supposed to stay away from Cassie. It was my property. And next time is going to be much worse, and it will be deadly. And we heard some pretty damning testimony from Diddy's former assistant, Capricorn Clark, and she talked about how he was violent, he was threatening. Her work hours were absolutely impossible. How she was kidnapped at some point. She was also forced to testify. Not testify. She was forced to undergo a lie detector test because he accused her of stealing some of his expensive diamond jewelry. So, the things that she said on the stand yesterday, I don't think bode well for Diddy. But, this is just as a civilian observer. I've met Diddy many times, starting back in the early 90s when he was just a record executive with an incredible ear for talent. And then, of course, he became a hip hop performer in his own right and then an entrepreneur. And I had met him several times throughout his career, several iterations. And, there were always rumors that he would make vicious threats against people. And that was one of the reasons that so many people didn't come forward earlier is they were fearful for their lives. They were fearful for their safety. He obviously.
Hey, Kennedy.
Yes.
You really got my attention when you said Kid Cudi is taller than Sean Combs. What, does Combs have a Napoleon complex? Oh, I can't.
I think he does. Yeah, I think he does.
How short is he?
He's shorter than me. I'm 5'9". So, and maybe he was wearing lips. I'm not sure. Or maybe he needed some. Or little beetle boots.
Kennedy, you also point out, first let me ask you about the claims many people are making that the state just hasn't proven coercion or force. And you, and I agree with you completely on this, point out all she endured, free coughs that go for days on end, repeat UTIs so bad that the antibiotics wouldn't even work anymore, developing mouth sores from hours and hours of with male sex workers, gastric issues, stomach issues because of all.
I can't when she describes shit like, okay, bye Nancy. Okay, bye Nancy. All right, let me show you guys a list that CNN is showing. Like, just like, get to the point already, Nancy. Get to the point. Okay. Israel Flores. Okay, for those that are like, who are all these witnesses? And I like that CNN just listed this. A security officer at Intercontinental, we saw that testimony. That was like one of the first testimonies. Daniel Phillip was like the second. The worker, escort. Yasin Binda, who's a Homeland Security investigator, he did the arrests at the hotel room. Okay, and they're the ones that showed those pictures. They had those pictures out there of, all the drugs and the baby oil and stuff when they arrested him. Don Richard, Carrie Morgan, David James, Regina Ventura, Sheree Hayes, which is the Punisher, Gerard Gannon, which is the other Homeland Security. We've only had 2 Homeland Security workers so far. Don Hughes is the forensic psychologist expert person who, however you felt about her. George Kaplan, Kid Cudi, Mila Morales, the makeup artist, Frederick Zamore, who was the manager of one of the hotels. They're the ones that were like, their system was tagged and they had it saved for many years as to like keep checking on this room because they always have damage. Like they the repeat people that come over, but there's damages in every time that they stay. So they kind of expected that. That's what I remember from him. Joshua Croft was the forensic computer investigator from Homeland Security. So he was able to break into a lot of the devices that Cassie had when she turned those over to the government. Capricorn Clark, which, was just a couple days ago. The LAPD officer who responded to Kid Cudi's home of the break-in. Then you have the Los Angeles fire arson person who kind of made the defense go a little bit crazy because they brought in the fingerprint being a female. They brought it in. And then it was like they were going crazy about that whole situation as far as evidence goes. Deontay Nash, and now we're on Mia. So, my friends, how many is that total? And that's on my list too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20 witnesses. 20 witnesses thus far. Okay? You love Nancy. No worries, Mags. She drives me crazy though. But that's okay. I love you too. Yeah, 20 witnesses so far. Okay? What do y'all think? I think we have an update now from Inner City Press. Are we starting now? Intercity Press. Inner City Press. I did pay for the membership. Shout out to Inner City Press. Shout out to everybody, all the bloggers out there that are doing the work. I wish I was out there too, but I am not. If I was thinking, I was like, damn, yeah, it's 20 so far. We've been at this 20 so far. If I was there, I would be all up in the business and, doing my thing. But I'm not, and that's okay. And they said they might not need all them witnesses. Right. They might cut the list down. Has anyone ever looked up the racketeering means? Yes, we have, Lindell. Multiple times. We have. But we have 20 witnesses. Y'all. I didn't really refill my drinks. Part of it is because I don't feel like I need them. They're still full. Like my insulated Starbucks, my coffee's still full. Still full. I might be finishing this like at the end of this. Let's see. Did he update somewhere else? Let me make sure. Okay, 4 hours ago. Did I tell you guys? I did tell you guys that I got a new mouse. Even though this is not sponsored. It should be. I got this mouse. It's amazing. And I don't have the hand strain anymore. Just a new mouse. I definitely recommend it. It's for Mac. Okay? It's been amazing for editing. It feels like I got a handshake, but there's no strain in my hand. I've noticed a huge difference ever since I've been using it. It takes a little getting used to, though. I'll say that. But yes. Hey, Professor Con, how are you? Rabbit, did you see what Armand said about Nash? What? No, I didn't. Thank you. Thank you, Hallie. Thank you. Thank you, Judge Rabbitha. Thank you. Okay, we're back. And they're back. Okay, the government says we have subpoenaed from Verizon phone records. Ms. Garagos has agreed that if Your Honor finds them admissible, you can give them to us, and we give it to them. Garagos says that's fine. Judge says let's get Mia back. Okay, here we go, and let's go. Okay. What? Thank you. Repeat the instructions. Like, subscribe, share, set all notifications to all. Your notifications to all. Wait, and R. Kelly's trial prosecution had 45 witnesses in 5 weeks? Dang. See, and I remember watching, I never reported on R. Kelly. I think maybe 1 or 2 videos that I did, but never like that. I was fairly new to YouTube around that time, so yes. Thank you. Yeah, I switched it to a trackball mouse with a 45-degree angle, and it's been so much better for my carpal tunnel or whatever. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's a little bit different once you like. The other mouse that I had was one of those like you just regular Apple mouses, and it was really hurting. I had a strain. I kept getting strains. Kathy T says that the defense is not landing the plane. Well, the defense hasn't cross-examined her yet. I can't wait to read how the whole Nash thing situation happened. No update yet. Racketeering, broad term for encompassing various criminal activities. Absolutely. Thank you for this, Carissa. Thank you. Yeah, y'all support the channel. Hit the like button. Support the channel. Y'all, that would be amazing. Thank you. Okay, do it. Support it. Okay. We are pushing. We are doing the thing here. Support the channel. I appreciate it. Let's go. We're waiting. No update yet. Okay. CNN says Diddy Combs faces a racketeering conspiracy charge. What does that mean? Okay. The federal government has used racketeering to go after dozens of college athlete figures and test administrators in the largest college admissions scandal, ever prosecuted under Donald Trump. Musicians like R. Kelly and Young Thug. So what is racketeering? Simply put, racketeering means engaging in illegal schemes. It is used in Racketeer Influence and Corruption Organizations Act. Okay. So according to the U.S. Department, to convict someone of racketeering, prosecutors must prove 5 criteria. A criminal enterprise exists. The enterprise affects interstate commerce, which would be the traveling of the prostitutions. Yeah. The defendant was associated or employed with an enterprise, which would be Diddy's LLCs. The defendant engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity, and the defendant participated in at least 2 acts of racketeering activity. Okay, we don't have an update. That is what we have. No update yet. No, but I think the profit would be under his businesses, right? And then they were using some of the businesses to pay off for the FOs, the prostitutions or the prostitutes. So yes, there is that. Oh, is Cassie's name not on the CNN list? You're right. So it's 21. They need to add Cassie's name there. You're right. I don't see Cassie's name on that list, and they would be 21. Gordon, it would be 21. So they have 21 witnesses so far. 21 witnesses so far. They don't have Cassie on that CNN list. I don't know. Let's go. We're waiting, y'all. We're waiting. Did y'all, let me see, where are the likes liking here? Are the likes liking? 515 likes. Can we get to 600, please? How many are we expecting? I think at least 32, but it sounds like the prosecution might cut some witnesses. Okay, we've started. My phone is buzzing. Okay. All rise, everybody. All right, everybody, stop eating your lunch. Get it together. Put your drinks down, okay? The government. Mia, you were speaking about violence between Mr. Combs and Cassie. Have you traveled to Turks and Caicos? Mia responds, yes, to Parrot Key twice. In 2012, me, Puff, and Cassie. What happened? I was sleeping in my bedroom and I was awoken up. Oh my God. Isn't that what the hairstylist said? She was sleeping and then she was awoken up, like she was woken up by noise or something like that. That sounds familiar to me. Sounds familiar. Yes, order in the court. Thank you, Pika. Okay. Woken by what? Woken by what? Here we go. Let me see what Washington Post is saying. So I guess the lawyers were fighting about when witnesses get to go home. There was a testy exchange in court just before the lunch break. I told you all that the court was going a little bit crazy before lunch. Mark Agnifilo and the judge were getting at it. He accused the government of trying to get the court on its side and effectively set deadlines for when a witness testimony should end, which can pressure the defense to speed up its cross-examination. Interesting. Okay, do we have an update? No. But CNN says that the former assistant is back on the stand. Here we go. So but no later than 4. Okay, 13 seconds. Mia says, Cass ran insane. You've got to help me. He's going to kill me. What did you do? Says the government. Ask the government. He started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a Porsche that went out to the beach. We ran. Oh my God, that's scary. Do you imagine you're asleep? You're asleep and they start coming in and start like Puffy comes in and he's like pushing and that's the scariest thing is when you're asleep and somebody just wake you up from your sleep to something. Cass ran and saying, "You've got to help me. He's going to kill me." What did you do? We started pushing furniture in front of the door to try to block it. Puff was banging and screaming. I had a Porsche that went out to the beach. We ran. Shit, man. It's the worst way to get woken up to. You're asleep and then you get woken up something like that. Yeah, that's no. Okay. What do you remember about running? I remember being amazed that even while running fast, we could be attacked by bugs. Oh, because of the area. Did you run another time? I have another visual of where we were hiding, of trying to escape like 2 separate times. Shit, man. That's crazy. That's crazy, y'all. No, I don't think so, Haley. I think Bama is a whole different person. Shit. I would be calling the police. Now, I guess I'm a little confused about the timeline because let me say this. Let me say this. She said that she got suspended without pay. So was this after she got suspended or before she got suspended? After she got suspended or before she was suspended? Because I have questions about this. I have questions about that. It's unclear, but that's what I'm gonna say about that. No update yet. Let me see. Here it is. We got onto paddle boats and went out to the water. Puff was on the beach screaming at us. It was flat and we went out far. Puff got smaller and smaller on the beach. The sky got dark and Combs. Objection from Mr. Steele. Judge says overruled. We went back. So they're running away from him. They see him get small. They got on a boat and they started paddling to get out of the way. And they see him get smaller and smaller and smaller. That is, oh my God. Mm-mm. What do you guys think? Where's everybody at? You said a boat? Yeah. Yes, and then they went back apparently. That you're right. That's a fair statement to make. They got on a boat and did all that. I'm just like amazed. Okay, and then they went back. Yeah, I guess they were in the ocean. Were they in the ocean? Where were they at? They got in the water? Did they paddle in the ocean? That's kind of scary because anything could have happened. You know what I mean? Like, not in the ocean. Okay. And then it says, did you ever call the police? No. Why not? I believe Puff's authority was above the police. This was before social media and #MeToo. There was no example of people standing up. I thought it was under the confidentiality deal with Puff's business. Oh. I have a lot of questions. I definitely need the script on this for sure. Yeah, she said Turks and Caicos. Well, they're like going on a paddle boat, right? Like that's intense. To try to get away? The Caribbean Sea? Let me see. Oh my God. I'm gonna have to block some of these people on Twitter because their posts are a little too much. Hold on, let me see. Mute. Thank you. Mute this. Yes, please and thank you. I said, I guess I'd have to I don't want to block or just, I don't want to see all this posts. Every time I click on it, it's like people are posting right after it. It's kind of annoying. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? I think I'll just have to block. Thank you. It's just too much. I'm like, this shit's like, Thank you, Egyptian. Thank you. Appreciate it for saying that. Thank you. It's good to know that people are watching. I just don't know if you, this is kind of where my mind's at. Y'all imagine you being awoken in the morning or whatever it may be, and then you're running, and then first of all, you're half awake, and then you remember the bugs. You have to fight off bugs to get on a paddle boat, and then you swim off. I just don't know. I don't even know if I would have the well, maybe if I was younger, because when you're young, you get yourself in situations where you're like jumping fences or doing stuff like that. Maybe some of y'all can relate to that, but yeah. Thank you, my love. Okay. Hold up. I think we have an update. Do we? Yes, we do. So the government asks, what's this? A photo of Cass eating a hot dog at the premiere of her movie, The Perfect Match. She has bruising under her makeup. I took this photo. Any other injuries covered up on the red carpet? Yes, at Cannes Film Festival. Ooh. Speaking of it, I literally just got an email about this film festival. At Cannes Film Festival? Cannons or Canes? I think it's Cannes Film Festival. Yeah, when you're on survival mode, you will do anything. I would agree with that. I just don't know if that would be my first thought, is to jump and then run. You know what I mean? Oh my God. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for this. Thank you. I appreciate it. Egyptian, to help for whatever you need. Thank you so much for this. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me hit the like and a little heart in there. I think that's what it is. It's like survival mode, but you're not like half asleep. It's a hard one. So she had injuries at a film festival. Okay. And what injuries did you see? A busted lip? She was injured. Where were you? In her hotel room with Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Enter the chat. Larry Sims, her hairstylist. Did you learn how she got the injuries? Cass had an audio recording of Puff attacking her. Larry Sims. Larry Sims. Who? He's a hairstylist? Hold up. It says he's a television personality. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. So he was her hairstylist. Okay. No update yet. Okay. And then CNN says, ex-assistant testifies Ventura ran screaming for help from Combs during Turks and Caicos trip. Mia, one of the Diddy Combs' former assistants and alleged victim, testified that she went on a trip to Turks and Caicos from Combs and Cassie Ventura in 2012. She witnessed violence from Combs towards Ventura more than once. I was woken up to Cass running and screaming into the room. She was screaming for help and saying, "You got to help me. He's going to kill me." Cass is normally very chill, calm, and it was like the most terrified someone screaming for their life. She and Ventura pushed furniture towards the door, but Combs caught up to Ventura, banging and screaming. She said they ran out from the back room through a patio and onto the beach to hide. Oh my God. Okay, we have an update. How did Cassie sound on the audio recording? Objection from Steele. Judge says overruled. Panicked. I heard the sound of someone getting hit. Did you go to the event? Did you go to events? The premiere of Brad Pitt's movie Killing Them Softly. So she went to the premiere. So Brad Pitt, it's, thank you, Cannon's pronounced Cannes Film Festival, or with my NYNJ accents, Cannes. Just like Cannes Film Festival. Thank you, Franny Law. I'm sure she does have the audio. Remember, they brought that guy up to testify about devices. So she thinks she's holding on to a lot of this stuff. I mean, there's a reason, and I told you guys, there's a reason why Diddy said what he said on the BET Awards, a couple years ago. He said, I want to thank Cassie for holding it down for so many years. There's a reason why he said that. The way that he said it and the way that he did all that. Like, there's a reason why. I definitely feel like it's cons or cans. Cans, cons. Thank you, Tracy. They have an audio. She had stuff on him. He was scared. The premiere of Brad Pitt's movie Killing Them Softly. What happened at the premiere? Puff was digging his nails into her arm and talking low. What would Mr. Combs say What would Mr. Combs ask you to do? Take care of her. I'd bring her some arnica gel. Is that how you say that? Arnica gel? For what? Bruises. Is that how you say that? Arnica gel? Like this gel right here. Arnica. I've never heard of that. Is it arnica or arnica? Yeah, arnicare. Arnicare. Oh, you can find that like over the counter. It speeds healing on bruises. Wow. So she had to bring that stuff to her. I've never used it. I'm looking at it now at like Walgreens or something. Former assistant says Combs was irate during the beach trip with Ventura. Okay. Mia testified that she and Cassie took paddle boats they found on the beach and paddled out of the sea while Combs was running back and forth on the beach behind the house, screaming at us. I kind of have this image of them paddling using these paddle boats and Diddy like running back and forth with his hands. And I heard he's like very short. I could be wrong, but y'all, how tall is Diddy? I'm not really sure. But he's like running back. I could kind of see this. And then they're on these boats and he's getting smaller and smaller and smaller as they're paddling out. Mia said that they got far out the water, but then the weather took a turn. She said that they were trying to decide if they were scary to face Mother Nature or go back to Puff, referring to Combs' nickname. Eventually, they went back to the shore. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. You have that visual. I have this visual. I really do. Like I have a visual of like them on the boat and then him just pacing back and forth in the sand or whatever while they're paddling away. He's 5'10". He's short. He's pretty short, I would say, for the most part. I don't know. I think my husband might be taller than him. You said arnica gel giving Depp and Heard trial flashbacks. Yeah, so that's why they got on the boat. Oh my God, here we go. Update. Let's turn to December 22nd, 2011. Okay, then she says, at Puff's house, the mood was darker than normal. This was more of like Puff was upset. What did he tell him? That Cass had been talking to somebody else. Who? Kid Cudi, says Mia. Oh, enter the chat. Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi enters the chat. Again. Oh my gosh. This is getting intense, y'all. It's so intense that my arms are starting to itch. That's how intense. Well, it just like, he's only 5'10". Yeah. I know. It's like, do you face the storm or do you face Puffy? Which one? Well, which one's going to like kill you? I don't know. And then I'm assuming it's like right next to the ocean. So a thunderstorm would probably be a lot more crazier than a regular, it's just not your traditional. Anything thunder near water is too much. My arms are itching. That's how I'm like, oh, I can't hurry up. Like I'm getting nervous. I want to see what happens next. Oh man. Somebody said I could take them. You've used it for muscles and joint. Does it work though? It sounds like you guys are saying that it works. I've never used it. Oh man. Let's see. Thank you guys. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button. Can we get to 600 likes, please? And thank you. You say y'all are out of order. Okay, we have an update. All right. So Mia says, Kid Cudi, how was he? He seemed heartbroken. It was unanimous. I'd never witnessed Cass to do something to really cause him to be upset. I felt something bad would happen. Did you then see her in a black car with Capricorn Clark? Oh man. He was heartbroken. I mean, he could be with whoever the hell he wanted to be with, right? But she couldn't. He could be with whoever, but she couldn't. I can't. Really? Well, so, yeah, like Mar said that you can use it pre-Botox too. That's good. Never, no. He had a car. He had a heart. Wow, he had a heart. He was heartbroken. Mia testified Ventura stayed in hotels to hide injuries, okay? Cassie would stay in hotels when her injuries were too obvious to cover up before she had her own place in Los Angeles. When Mia visited Ventura at a hotel while she was recovering, they weren't allowed to leave the room. Ventura would eventually leave after her injuries had healed enough to cover up. Guys, I know that this name isn't, well, it's been brought up a couple times, so I'm not. But like Young Miami. So where does she land with this? Was she she was also another girlfriend, right? At least the last one that we know of. So she would I guess I have a lot of questions about Young Miami right now as we speak. Is she going to testify in this or not? Because she's acting unbothered on IG. I mean, she's acting like nothing's going on, and he was buying her all kinds of things and everything. So I have a lot of questions about that. All right, we have an update. No update. You said I do wonder about that though. I wonder about Young Miami. Hmm. We're waiting. You say she's the newest victim? Does she know that though? Does she know that she's a victim? Oh my god, I got kicked out of the thread. Hold up, y'all. In a black car with Capricorn Clark. This is where we're at. Oh shit. You just have a lot of questions now. Combs' former assistant says she saw him digging his nails into her arm at the movie premiere festival. You said, but Young Miami hasn't had a career like Jennifer Lopez had in her career going. Cassie was just starting out. You said people do what they allow them to do. It's true. You think she would be a surprise? Well, who's to say that she's even cooperating? We don't even know. I don't know. Let's see. No update yet. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. But when you're young and in love, you don't know the difference. That's true. You be getting into some stuff when you're young and in love. You think she's complicit? Okay. Young Miami was doing a lot, talking all that mess to Gina, sis. Okay. Update. Did you reach out to anyone? Yes, to D-Rock. 3T112 dash, what is this? My emails with D-Rock, says Mia. Only on the redacted ones into evidence. Objection from Steele. He was security. With that foundation admitted. Okay. So evidence has been admitted, even though Steele has objected. Come on. Nada. Nada. So when the court got back from lunch, alerted the jury that may be held longer. Yes, we know this. Okay. Yes, I do. Sorry, I got a song stuck in my head, y'all. Okay, I'll check it out. Hold up, y'all. Let me see if we have any updates. We're waiting for updates. The way the prosecution is telling the same story from 4 different perspectives is insanely impressive. You know what? I will say that. There's just so many different people that were there. Why isn't D-Rock getting on the stand? He has much to tell. Oh, they're not done with their witnesses. Where is D-Rock? Roger Bond? Rube? Who's the other ones? That's it. It's 3 main security people that have been at least that we know of, right? 3 main security people. Okay. You said Capricorn is a Virgo. Uncle Polly. Thank you. That's the other one. Uncle Polly. Uncle Polly, Roger Bond, Rube, and D-Rock. 4 people, 4 securities that have been mentioned throughout this whole thing. Are they all going to testify? Oh, now I don't know about Gene Deal. I mean, I highly doubt he is testifying. Have you seen this Christmas? Cassie should have poured an entire bottle of baby oil over the floor, let him slip, and then get her revenge. He had more than enough bottles. Yes. Do you like broccoli? Yes, I do. Sing it, Mama. Do you like spinach? Yes, I do. See, Paige knows what I'm talking about. No, they should. Gene is not testifying, Rabbit. I didn't think he was testifying. Okay. Play. I highly doubt he's going to testify. I don't think so. And testify to what exactly? Because they're saying that this racketeering happened before. Well, it wouldn't be in the time frame, I don't think. So I don't think people that assume that are going to be testifying are going to be testifying. I think if that was the case, I don't think Gene Deal would be out in the crowd the way that he is. That's just my thought on that. Yes, I didn't think so either. You say he talks too much on podcasts. Well, he's already, because I mean, they could really go after him too. So I just don't know what he would. If I'm understanding this correctly, at least from the prosecution side, when they gave the while we wait, they gave the open, oh wait, we have an update. The open testimonies, opening statements, they said that this organization ran for the last 20 years. That would have been outside of his time frame. I think it was in the early 90s. Gene Deal was. So, but let me know if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. Okay. Government says, read the messages. Mia says, I wrote to D-Rock. I'm worried about P. This feels different. Hit this email when you get it. Love you. Okay. And government response, were you romantically involved with D-Rock? Definitely not. That's just how we talked. Oh, wow. People say I love you all the time doesn't mean that you're romantically involved with them. I think time frame wise, right? Like this would be he would be early 90s. Gene Deal would. So I don't think he would fit in the scope of the opening statements or the indictment. No worries, Cheeks. Cheeks says she's behind, but she's here. Shout out to Cheeks. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. Knees and toes. She's not really into that one. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it. Sometimes I am. Sometimes I can be wise. Sometimes. Not always. But when I am, it's amazing. Okay. Hold up. Let's talk about the hotel nights. What was your rule? I would sometimes take them there, unpack, set up. I would have to just be like a call essentially and clean up before housekeeping. And what would you bring? His lotions and potions? Wait, lotions and potions? So she was setting up the hotel for the freak offs, right? She cleaned up before housekeeping, she says. Before housekeeping. Okay. That was her role. You know those while we were waiting, do we have an update? So it's just another person that's also setting up for freak offs. Okay. You know how you get those like text messages about paying your toll? I know that's a thing. Yeah, I keep getting these and I keep blocking them. You said we on Hocus Pocus now. Lotions and potions? Lotions and potions. I need to get my hair fixed, y'all, this weekend while we wait. I need to get a touch up on the purple. You want me to open it? You got it. Okay. Yeah, it's a scam. It's a scam. It's a scam. I know. So I keep getting those, and I'm like, why do I keep blocking them, and they keep coming through? Okay, we have an update. Mia said, okay, lotions and potions, Astroglide candles, some of the cheap Glade candles without the label on it. They had to be white. What else would you bring to the hotel? Anything you forgot at the house, food, money? How much? Like thousands of dollars. A lot, like thousands of dollars. Oh my gosh. White candles. White candles. Oh. Thank you. Hold up. Somebody said something really nice. You're doing such a great job here. Give me one sec, y'all. You're doing such a great job here. I have been listening for the past hour and a half, and you were down my algorithm. I covered Puff, but a different level. I was a potential artist on Bad Boy. Wow. Narratives and dialogue. Wow. That's interesting. Okay. Do you remember seeing Cassie at the London Hotel in New York? I bought something to the room. Cass opened the door and she was wearing a bright blue wig. How did she appear? Like she was struggling? I asked, "Are you good?" She closed the door. Oh my God. Damn, that's crazy. So she's seeing her stumble on the door, kind of struggling to get in. No update from anybody else. She had a wig on. She said she was struggling. Okay. At the London Hotel in New York, I brought something to the room. Cass opened the door. She was wearing a bright blue wig. How did she appear? Like she was struggling. I asked, "Are you good?" She closed the door. Oh, man. It's horrible. Is this the London? Oh, this is the London. They posted a picture. It's like a really nice hotel or whatever on that area. This is giving Handmaid's Tale. Hey, Franny. You said Diddy does Santeria? Well, I'm still stuck. Remember when Gene Deal told that version? I told you guys the Central Park thing was interesting to me. I'll get to that in a minute. But a government asked there's a typo here. How do you clean the rooms? I think that's what they meant to ask. Puff in the office, it was standard to sweep the rooms so no housekeeper can sell something to TMZ. How were the rooms? Destroyed? Candle wax everywhere? I've seen broken glass, sometimes blood, oil on walls. Oh. Oil on walls? What are they, squirted on the walls? Oil? Oh my God. Mm-mm. Yeah, you need a hazmat suit to go in there. That's too much. Imagine cleaning up after that. Doing your best to clean up. Because that's too much. I mean, he wasn't doing any of this in his house, right? Like, he wasn't doing any of this in his house. I have yet to hear that a freak off happened at Cassie's property, I guess you could, if you saw that, right? Whatever property he was renting for her or he was paying for her, but not like at a Diddy house, like Diddy's house. Okay. What would Mr. Combs tell you about the blood? That it was monthly blood. What happened in Cassie's car in LA? Cass got a call, then told me he wants to do a hotel night. I don't want to. She got sick. After that hotel night, man down. Huh? That's crazy. Mm-mm. 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 That's too much. That's too much. He said in his song, Can't Hold Me Down with Mace, explains broken glass everywhere. Don't push me to the edge. 1990s. So this has been going on for a long time. That's interesting. He was giving subliminal messages in his songs. Man down. Is that part of that? Oh my goodness. No. You said, I guess he didn't want to do it in front of his kids, right? Okay. Man down. What did that mean? They'd stay in a room sleeping, only up to eat. Did you do drugs before you worked for Mr. Combs? No. After that? Yes, MDMA. Puff gave it to me. He said that I was now part of the Breakfast Club. Oh, enter the Breakfast Club. Wasn't the Breakfast Club under revolt for quite some time? That's what I heard. Enter. He said, now you're part of the Breakfast Club. Enter the Breakfast Club. Oh my God. I don't know. Yeah, a man down means I'm out of it. I'm done. I thought Breakfast Club was for, like, they were under revolt at one point, right? I could be wrong, though. Somebody remind me. Okay. It's a term. Don't think it means the show. There you go. It's a term. Yes, I know. But I had to say it. I just wondered, though, what wasn't the breakfast? I could be wrong. Let me see. I got to Google this because I felt like that was a thing, right? Wasn't it under revolt? Yeah, it was. Hold up. Yeah, because it was under revolt at some point, and then they kind of disbanded that. Yeah. But I mean, it's just a saying. It could mean anything. Hold up. I think we have an update. Let's see. No, we don't. Let me see what CNN is saying. Let's go. Charlemagne the God. Okay, we have an update. What did he mean? Like the cool club. He said his MDMA was pure. I felt like I was now a friend hanging out and I could enjoy myself. Did you take ketamine? Yes, at Burning Man. We were partying on a tour bus. We had the blackout shades down. Ooh. Oh, man. So they really went to the Burning Man is that desert festival where they all go. They had a situation with Burning Man where it was raining. Y'all remember that? I think we talked about that maybe a year and a half ago. It was in the summer. I think it's in August. And there was like a mudslides or land. Something was going on there and people got stuck at Burning Man. And there was a bunch of videos and a lot of chaos happening because everybody was trying to go to Burning Man. So yeah. You said this is looking really good for Diddy. You're laughing. Let's see. Oh my God. You enjoying yourself making a grown man decision to try to fit in and you work your way up to the Hollywood ladder. Some of these people on Twitter, I'm like, okay, we get it. iHeartRadio is now ties with Revolt. Yeah, so Burning Man, right? That's like a music festival where it's out in the desert. I've heard of it, and people go to it every year. It's like a tradition. Okay. Let's see. Update. Let me put this comment down real quick. Lots of drugs and stuff that goes on. Yeah. Mia said he had the drugs on a plate. I tried to say no. What happened? Puff wouldn't let it go. It turned a little more serious that I was going to mess up the whole vibe. I tried to fake take it. He got closer to my face and humiliated me. How? Oh no. Did I make her take it? Made her take it? You said Burning Man is a freak off, but some of it is just artists. I was there for the art. Oh man. It's like in the middle of the desert, right? Huh. A lot of us circus performers do the Burning Man. I've not been. You haven't been yourself? I've heard a lot of good things about it, but I've heard a lot of like, they have even kids that go to Burning Man too. So when that situation happened with the people that got stuck in there because of the rain, I mean, it was a horrible, because it was the desert, right? And it was all kinds of like mud and everything. They couldn't do anything. And they stayed there and then they build up. It's kind of like a little community type of situation. Hey VSOP, how are you? Shout out to you. Thank you. Work has been kicking my cup. Be careful at work. Take care. Okay, don't get in trouble. Thank you for being in the bushes. Yeah, he said I made her take drugs, y'all. You said there's a song out there with French Montana. Says that they were eating cornflakes and then making them wear Versace robes. Oh God. French Montana, let me tell you something. I think that after Diddy, French Montana was around when a lot of this stuff. I mean, like I said before, his career, and this guy right here too. Hold up. This guy right here too. Let me make sure I show you guys. Okay, this one right here.
Another one.
Too much.
Another one.
He was around a lot of shit too.
Another one.
So I want to know if he's going to get in trouble too at some point. You never know. They going to come after some people? What's going to happen? All right. She was asked how he was humiliated. They're all quiet, right? All of them. Rick Ross is quiet too. They're not saying nothing. They're not saying nothing. They're not saying nothing. Let's see. Inner City Press. Mia said he separated out a dose and made me snort it. I didn't want to fall into the K-hole. I'd seen a person. It looks like an exorcism. Did you want to take the ketamine? I didn't feel like I had a choice. Oh. Can I point something out? So if you've seen the civil lawsuits, they talk about people putting things in drinks. He didn't even do that here, right? If you are to hear what she's saying, he didn't even do that here. He didn't just put in her drink. He made her take it. It wasn't like she didn't know that, like he made her take it, right? She knew she didn't want to take it. She wanted to act like she didn't want to, she wanted to hide it, but he made her take it. I kind of draw this comparison to some of the civil lawsuits because some of the civil lawsuits don't really the way Busby wrote them, in my opinion, was just trash, was like copy to paste versions of each other. And so then we're kind of left to wonder, well, did this event happen or not? But I think it's interesting that the way in which she is talking about this event that happened to her is a little bit different from what the civil lawsuits have been pointing out. I don't remember one lawsuit that I've read, and I've read many of the civil lawsuits where he made them snort something. He might have made them take something like a drink or something, but not snort something. You said, remember Machine Gun Kelly said he smoked with Diddy and it wasn't a usual high. He said it was different. He said that, but and even Diddy here is saying, at least from her, that it was like pure or something. That's right. Yeah, and they're watching, right? He's testing her. You know what? Let me see. I'm gonna go to. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna pull this screenshot that I have as soon as this is done here. Did he take drugs while working? Mia says he was always working. Once on the way to Chelsea Handler. Oh, enter the chat. Chelsea Handler. Where's she at? She's been quiet too. Where's Chelsea? You know, she's very vocal, comedic, has a lot of shit to say about a lot of shit. Where's she at? How come she's not speaking? He was always working. Once on the way to Chelsea Handler. How did Mr. Combs treat you? Sometimes like best friends and working partners. Sometimes like I was a worthless piece of crap. Oh, enter the chat. Chelsea Handler. I remember when her and 50 used to date. Yeah, you remember that? I remember. I was like, oh, they're dating. I remember that era. Yes, I do. That was an interesting era. It was. That was an interesting era. Love you. We're waiting, y'all. Hold up. Okay, update. How would he compliment you? Okay, government asks, how would he compliment you? My work. He'd give me life advice. And to tell you you were worthless, long extended rants about how incompetent and stupid I was, threatened my job. Anything physical, throw things at me. Wow. You're welcome, my honey bunny bum bum. Oh my God. They weren't really dating. It was an ongoing joke. Was it? I thought they were dating. Oh my gosh. Was it an ongoing joke? Dave Chappelle said it best. Huh. But wait a minute. I thought they were dating. I thought they were dating, or was it a joke? I thought him and Chelsea Handler were dating. See, now I'm confused. I swear that was a thing and I remember it. Hold up. Yeah, I guess he was throwing more apples. So the former assistant recalls, this is what CNN is reporting, okay? The former assistant recalls, Mia said that she was often with Cassie before they had to stay at the hotel with Diddy, and she would recall some of the instances that stand out in her memory. Mia had been testifying about times Combs and Ventura stayed in hotels that she'd stockpile with baby oil, a personal lube, and candles. Mia said that they were in Ventura's car in Los Angeles when Ventura received a message. She got a message and was like upset. Mia testified, adding that Ventura told her Puff wants to have a hotel night. Ventura seemed visibly upset, more like nervous, really nervous. She started getting stomach issues because of it. Oh, damn, man. That's upsetting. Hold up. Here we go. We have an update. Did he talk about jobs for you? Yes. Before Revolt Films, he talked about other companies. I told him I wanted to create and develop TV shows, especially comedy. He said that that's what he wanted to do too. Then he'd take away my credits. Huh? Then he'd take away my credits? He said that's what he wanted to do. Then he'd take away my credits. Okay. Yeah, life advice. Life advice. Was a public? I thought they were dating. See, now I gotta wonder. Now let me ask. And I'm sure I'm not the only person on the date. See, this is like one of the most searched Googles. They dated very casually. She said they dated very casually. They had a very casual relationship. So there was some dating, but it was casual. Okay? It was casual. Okay. The ex-assistant testifies that Combs pressured her to snort K. Okay. She said that Combs gave her MDMA and told her that she's not part of the Breakfast Club. Okay. She describes a Burning Man incident where Combs had 3 plates with white powder, one with Molly, one with cocaine, and one with K. People were taking turns going up and playing some guessing games. Combs told Mia it was her turn, and she tried to protest, but Combs became upset when she tried to fake taking the drugs. She says, I didn't have a choice. Okay. And then a legal analyst from CNN is saying that Mia's testimony is helping build the prosecution's case about conspiracy charges. Like a brick by brick by brick by brick. Government says, what did he throw at you? A bowl of spaghetti? Oh my God. Turkey meat? A computer? A phone? Let's talk about the spaghetti. What did he tell you to do? To go get people, but I needed to change my tampon? He yelled, yo, girl. I said, do it now. Hold up. Let's talk about the spaghetti. What did he tell you to do? To go get people. But I needed to change my tampon. He yelled, yo, girl. I said, go do it now. Spaghetti, turkey meat. This is the second time we've heard about a witness with turkey meat. A computer, a phone. She had to change her personal hygiene stuff. Eggs. You're laughing about the turkey meat. Oh my God. Yes, can't you get this like syndrome right here if you don't change it? Like, yeah, that stuff is dangerous. If you don't change like your hygiene stuff, you could really, really, really do a number on your body with that. You need to be careful, man. Oh my God. I cannot read this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh. Blood was dripping down my leg. I said, I have to change my tampon. What did Mr. Combs do? He threw his bowl of spaghetti at me and then said, get the F out of my house. He chased me out. I was barefoot. I hid in the bushes and then to a hotel. Yo. Oh my God. I don't know. Like, what did HR tell you? Fuck HR at this point. Okay, what did HR tell you? That I was going to be suspended without pay. That's what Puff wanted. Where were you when he threw a computer at you? in a trailer. Swiss Beats was there. Oh, enter the chat, Swiss Beats. The Wi-Fi was broken and I went to look into it. Swiss Beats. Oh my God. I'm like, forget HR at this point. What did HR tell you? That's right. Call him out. Swissy, step up, Swissy. Step up. Step up. What did you not do about this situation, Swiss? HR is not your friend. What are they going to do? I want to tell HR. Anyways, you learned that with time, though. That's what I got to say about that. I am just like, wow, wow, wow. Lord have mercy. Okay. Okay. Oh man, I'm sorry. I'm like, this one really took me out with the period one, okay? But Mia says I came back and said they were working on it. What did Combs do? I said I should talk to Bill Gates if I had to. Then he threw his computer at my head. Hard. It just missed me. I ran and hid in the luggage van. Oh my God. So the Wi-Fi is broken and she went to go look at it. And then she came back and said they were working on it. And then the government asked, what did Mr. Combs do? I said I talked to Bill Gates if I had to. Oh my God. Enter the chat. Bill Gates. Then he threw his computer at my head hard. Just missed me. I ran and hid behind the leg. I mean, she couldn't do anything about it. She's not a freaking techie person. My goodness. My goodness. I know she said Bill Gates. She said Bill Gates. She said not Bill Gates. She said Bill Gates. But by the way, CNN is saying that Combs knew she wanted to work on film and TV projects, which she did through Revolt Productions companies. Mia said that there were times he would take projects or her credits on them away from her or threatened to do so when he was angry. He was taking away things from her. All right. Here we go. So, update. So she said that she gave him the Bill Gates comment. How did you feel? She says, I wondered what did I do to make him like this to me? Did he hurt you? Turks and Caicos at the Revolt offices? Where were you at Turks? A hammock by my room? Puff dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Oh my God. What the heck? What the heck is going on? He like dumped a, she's over here relaxing a hammock. You ever notice this too? And I noticed this too. You notice how the men aren't even saying all this? It's just the women assistants. That is insane. Do that to, did he ever do that to Roger Bond or D-Rock or any of these linebackers? Oh my gosh. Literally worse than that. I think he does hate women. I think he hates women a lot. I think that I mean, I can't even, I have no words. Wow. This is crazy, man. Okay, hold up. Do we have an update? He literally, this falls under that labor laws. All these labor laws right here. Honestly. Where are we at? Okay. So, a hammock, where were you at? Turks, a hammock by my room. Puff dumped a bucket of ice on me, screaming. Then Puff took my phone. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want him to see it. The team, he'd message about his moods. I didn't want him to see it, so I jumped on his back. What did he do? He threw me back into the pool. I'm surprised nobody died while they were working for him. Well, hold up. Let me stop. Not that we know of. Nobody died. This is insane. This is insane. I mean, she could have been really hurt, right? She could have, and it sounds like she was, but oh man. Yeah, we haven't checked the East River. Keep that in mind. Who's at the East River? Google didn't want to tell me. Okay, update. And Revolt TV, he was using my phone. I didn't want him to see my messages. Maybe I called him an a-hole. I tried to get my phone back. He ran into the bathroom and then slammed the door on my arm repeatedly. Injuries, bruises. Wow. So he got like physical with her. Yeah, this is crazy. So we know he was a horrible boss. Yes. That's an understatement, I would say. That's an understatement. Yeah, she was she went up to 100,000. I think there was an in between for her at some point when she was promoted. So she did make it up to, she said 70 to 100,000. Yeah. No, we're hearing that's under the RICO, low-key real. That's under the RICO too. The labor part. All of that falls in there. So it's not just about being a horrible boss. That's part of it. But the labor part right here, forced labor, all this time that she's working and she's not able to rest, that falls under RICO too. I think they've established at least a couple of RICO. I'll give you this. The arson, I don't know about this. No, that's not what I'm saying. So every boss that's abusive can get you a RICO charge. No, that's not what I'm saying. They're literally building a pattern of what's happening here. It's not just an abusive boss. Yo, come on. Like it's not even like that. But okay. Okay. Did you see him later? Says at the studio. He told me he sent all my compromising photos to him phone in case I had stuff on him. Kind of like a bullying joke. How did you take that? I had no photos, so I knew he was lying. Shit. Says, did you see him later at the studio? He told me he sent all of my compromising photos to him phone in case I had stuff on him. What kind of like a bullying joke? How did you take that? I had no photos, so I knew he was lying. Yeah, it's because people think, I don't think that the charges are as simple as some people think that they are. Like, it's not like that. If you don't have a true concept of the racketeering charge, then you have no concept of understanding like what the charges are. It's not about just the boss part. Not at all. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. So she had no photos, knew he was lying. Okay. Have a good one, GMAT. Thank you for being here. Have a good lunch. Say hi to your mom for me. Okay. Thank you. The likes are free. Thank you. Bullying joke, what a way to characterize somebody. I'm waiting for an update. Okay, so then this is what Combs says. Violence in Turks and Caicos. Mia testifies against that. Mia said that he was too powerful for the police. Ventura's injuries, talked about the Ventura injuries and the hotel nightmare, about what happened there. Candle wax, the things that he would leave behind. Damn, man. I don't think, no matter how you cut it, this is not looking good for Diddy no matter what. You know what I mean? At all. At all. Let me see. I'm going to see if I can find something. Any updates? Okay. No, nothing. But I think that this shows a pattern of if she's saying that this happened, like he was willing to threaten her for some pictures, what sounds to be like non-existent pictures, I guess that would give credence to his willingness to threaten, if you know what I mean. Coercion, threaten, manipulate type of situation. But yes. He's known to blackmail. Yeah, Nate, we played Nate the lawyer's video. Nate the lawyer's video is amazing to explain that. How the RICO, because like I said, it's an umbrella term for a lot of things. It just doesn't fall on a horrible boss. I think this is where we're beyond that at this point. Way beyond a horrible boss. And yes, and although she went back just like everybody else, it doesn't take away from the criminal act. It doesn't take away from what's been done criminally. Do you know what I'm saying? I think that there's always a confusion to that. You could say, I'm done, I'm calling the police, but people go back for whatever reason it is, and it's not just one person, y'all. There are multiple people that are involved here. Multiple people that are going back to this, right? Knowing what they have. You even had somebody who said he's somebody I still respect and admire, even after knowing that all this shit that he was doing. They, like, the devil is great, right? Like, come on now. Anyways, she goes, I had no photos, so I knew he was lying. What are these? My emails with Tony and Shannon. I said, Puff took my iPhone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked, what happened? I said, definitely an in-person story. Why? I wouldn't put violence in writing. First of all, enter the chat. Shannon. Shannon who? Who's Shannon? And Bad Boy? Shannon who? Put a last name on it. She said, I wouldn't put violence in writing. It's a very specific statement to make. It's a very specific thing to say. A very specific thing to say. Why wouldn't she do that? Because that shit could get him caught up. That's why. But she did say in the email, I said, Puff took my iPhone. I don't know when I'll get it back. Tony asked what happened. I said, definitely in-person story. Why couldn't it be documented? And it's interesting because it's like this. What do they tell us now if you're in the workforce? Document everything. Document everything. And here it's the opposite. I'm not putting that in writing. I'm not putting violence in writing. She didn't want to get in trouble. She didn't want any, she didn't. Because that could have gotten caught. He would have been caught up back then too with that. Okay. Here we go. Who was Matt? Puff's engineer. At one point, we dated, says Mia. I have more. Okay, break. Break. Oh my God. Says, I have more. Y'all. Who is Matt? Puff's engineer. We dated. Who's Matt? Let's see, Bad Boy. Let me search. Matthew Testa? Oh, this name was already mentioned. He's currently working as a personal engineer to Sean Diddy Combs. This guy right here. Ah, okay. This is him. This is him. Shannon Ridley? Crystal Daniels. Thank you, Crystal Daniels. Shannon. I got to see a picture, y'all. Ridley. Bad Boy. Do we have a picture? We don't have a picture. Shannon Ridley. Hold up. Oh, we have a LinkedIn, that's for sure. Oh, yes, we have many pictures. Hold up. There it is. Oh, there it is. So some of the names that I've already, like this name right here has already been mentioned. Let me remove myself so y'all can see that. No, that's not what I want you to see. No, there it is. Shannon Slam Ridley, Jack Knight, and Mario. This Mario right here has been mentioned before already. Okay. We have a judge break. Wow. Give you an idea. These are all of Diddy's people. It's crazy, man. Okay, hold up. Let me see. Do we have an update? How long is the break for? Oh, man. It's insane. It's insane. You said Timu Marshall Mathers. Oh, my gosh. I thought that was Machine Gun Kelly. Didn't we say that? That was like Timu Marshall Mathers? Machine Gun Kelly? That's what we said. um Let's see. Court takes a short break. The jury was dismissed for a short break. Oh man. Sounds like the attorney won't finish with direct on Mia, on Sean Diddy Combs' former assistant today, and we'll have to finish Friday morning. That is what we have going on. If you like, you can support. Make sure you guys are supporting Inner City Press because he is doing the work with all these minute by minute tweets. I love it. Shout out to Inner City Press. Why I support him on Patreon and on Twitter. Yes, we do. Who did y'all hit the like button? The gospel singer, Gina. Thank you. Thank you, Gina. We were talking. Was it his name was brought up yesterday? I want to say. I can't remember who brought it up, y'all. Like a lot of this is just going so fast. It's so hard sometimes to kind of keep up. Thank you for hitting that like button. So far, I'm sure Diddy knows who she really is. The victim. Y'all. So they got some pictures of Matt up here. Let's see. I'm tired. I need a break. This is, I told you it's the same guy right here. This guy right here is Matt. So this is the Diddy engineer right there. So you got a picture of him already. I wonder if he's going to testify too. What's going to happen to him? See, I wonder how many people total. We still have to figure this out. Yep. I do wonder. Are y'all still asking about RICO? Oh, let me pull up that while we're waiting. The lawyer. like I said, Nate the Lawyer did a phenomenal video explaining this. I definitely suggest you guys watch it. If you're thinking, oh, I'm not hearing this, I really suggest you guys watch it, because it's one of those videos where it kind of explains to you all of the charges.
This enterprise. Now, from this list of charges, the government, I think, has for sure proven transportation for.
Look, this was 2 weeks ago, okay? So yeah, 11 days ago that he posted this. I definitely recommend y'all watch it, because it just breaks everything down.
Participant in the freak offs. Next, you had Diddy's longtime girlfriend, Cassie. She's a singer, model, and she was the one who participated in a lot of these freak offs. She said too many to count. Now, she is seen on video getting beaten by Diddy, and she testified to the abuse, the sex trafficking, and the prostitution that was going on from state to state. You also have Dawn Richard, who was a former member of Danity Kane, the girl group created by Combs, and she also was in a group with Combs himself called Dirty Money. And she saw some of the abuse that occurred between Combs and Cassie. And last but not least, you have an agent from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. These are the people who conducted the raids on Diddy's houses, and they testified to the drugs and all the other debauchery they found in the house. All right, so now you know the witnesses. Let's get into the charges. First, let's start with the easiest one to prove, which is transportation to engage in prostitution. That's 18 U.S.C. section 2421. And
that's 3 and 5 counts. That's the prostitution part. That's where all these prostitutes are flying in and out for these freak offs. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Coco's mom said, thank you for not allowing Mia's name to be doxxed in your chat. You and this chat have been integrity, not like the others. Thank you. I don't know who Mia is, and I told you I'm not interested in finding out. Her name is Mia. That's where we're at. Thank you, Coco's mom. I appreciate this. Hold up.
Or counts 3 and 5. Now, this is known as the Mann Act. Now, the Mann Act has 2 elements the government has to prove. One, you transport someone between states, and you intended for that person who you transported across state lines to engage in prostitution. So let's start with the first element, interstate transportation, which
all those escorts engaged in prostitution. All those escorts engaged in prostitution.
Is, I think, easy to prove. First, they had Cassie go up and describe how she was being flown to multiple states by Diddy to LA, NYC, Vegas, Miami, all for these freak offs. And then you also had Daniel Phillip, remember the sex worker? He described being brought to various cities by Combs and Cassie request, and he was paid for sex on those trips. So it seems like the government has put up some proof that, yes, people were transported across state lines by Combs knowingly. Now, they had to prove the intent for prostitution. Well, how did they do that? Well, again, they brought Cassie Ventura off, and she testified that she was involved in these freak offs, the sex parties. They were planned by Combs. There were multiple sex workers there, and she recounted specific events in New York and LA where these sex acts occurred. Also, they had Daniel Phillips testify about the sessions and the sex acts that he had in various cities, in various hotel suites paid for by Combs, which confirms the interstate travel for prostitution piece. Remember, he said he was paid to have sex with Cassie for these freak offs. So when it comes to transportation to engage in prostitution under the law, it seems like the government has checked both those boxes. They have 2 witnesses and more that are going to testify about the freak offs being flown out to multiple states to have commercial sex. Next, we're going to look at the sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion charges. How has the government in this first week put on evidence to show this? The elements for sex trafficking is the defendant knowingly caused a person to engage in a commercial sex act. The means of coercion was either force, threats of force, fraud, coercion, or anything.
That's what they're alleging. They were she was forced to engage in this. Now, were there times where she consented? Yes. Okay. Yes. You can't, but here's the thing, Loki, is you're trying to make a comparison to 2 different cases. I don't know. I can't tell you everything about the Weinstein case. I don't know why he was just charged. Jeffrey Epstein was charged. Okay. Now, he was Epstein. That's as far as it went, but he was charged. So there's that. But I can't tell you about why Weinstein. I mean, Weinstein's not being mentioned in the Diddy trial, so I don't know why that's even relevant. If you focus on what the elements of RICO is to what is happening here, and you understand, okay, this is the prostitution, 3 and 4, and then you have the forced labor, which is coming from Mia, and then you have other folks in there too, then that makes it for the labor part of the RICO. So it's a lot of different moving parts. Now, the fact that you don't see it as RICO, that just means that you don't know what RICO is. You can't make a comparison from one case to the other. You just can't. You can't. I'm sorry. It's just you can't. It's the same with Bill Cosby. You can compare that too, but are you going to get the exact same outcome? What about R. Kelly? Are you going to get the exact same outcome? It's a different, every case is a little bit different. Every case is a little bit different. That's why I wouldn't even, why bring up Weinstein? I don't know what you're trying to say with that. I know, but I'm asking, why isn't Weinstein or Epstein a RICO? Epstein was a RICO. Weinstein, I don't know. But Epstein was a RICO. Epstein's not here. Epstein in jail in the same prison that Diddy's at. Okay, Epstein was RICO'd. I don't know why you keep saying Epstein. He was a RICO. They raided his place too. They raided the island too. This is what I'm saying. I'm like, are you intentionally not? Go do your research on that. Let me show you. Let's put Epstein, because I could tell you about Epstein. I could tell you about Epstein. I can't tell you about Weinstein. Okay, Epstein faced a variety of charges, including trafficking and other federal crimes. So there you go. There's that. There's that. You got to be able, like, it's one thing that you don't believe it. It's one thing if you don't want to believe it, that's fine. Don't believe it. It's completely up to you. But like, don't, we're not talking about Epstein, but Epstein was a RICO case too. I don't know. It's like, okay, well, I'm just letting you know. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just letting you know that you're selectively not you're intentionally misinforming yourself. Okay. I'm just trying to understand why RICO isn't charged to other offenders. What other offenders? It was, you said Epstein, it was charged to Epstein. Weinstein, I'm not really sure. I'm not well versed, other than he was maybe he didn't qualify in the elements. He had other ones, and they're being over there. He had some thrown out. His charges are rape and sex assault. I don't know. Did he travel? Did he have people travel over? Was there forced labor? Was there people that worked under him that were forced? Was Epstein trafficking? You don't get to pick and choose. There's got to be elements that you meet under RICO. See, if you intentionally don't want to understand, then you're making a choice and you're comparing apples to oranges. That's right. Epstein was RICO. His house was raided. Weinstein was not. Weinstein wasn't a RICO. He wasn't engaging in prostitution. He wasn't having these people travel. The people that came out are the people that said alleged SA. That's what they did. The fact that these are big names, I feel like you don't have a really good understanding of RICO. Maybe it might be best for you to maybe, watch a video that kind of explains that. There's some elements in here. I don't think you're trying to be like rude. I just think that, maybe there's a level of understanding that you're not getting at. And this is why people are telling you, well, he's met those. He's met those. And Epstein had minors too. And yes, it was a RICO. You got to do your homework. You have to do your homework when it comes to this. Now, I will say that I have some questions about the statements that the witnesses are making. I think that is okay and that is healthy for us to question certain things. But for now, what I'm seeing from what the government is providing, Diddy is based on Mia, Cassie, and some of the workers. My friends, you got at least 2 or 3 elements already there. I don't know about the car situation, because I do question about the whole Cuddy situation. I don't feel like Cuddy was necessarily met. I have a lot of questions about that, but that's just me. You said, yeah, they are. And they can believe that. But to me, that tells me that people aren't really doing their research on RICO. They don't have an understanding of RICO. That's just my opinion. That's just my opinion. But hey, I don't know. I could be wrong. And we're still on a short break. Y'all, I gotta be done soon. No need, just curious. Yeah, I mean, just do your research, low-key. Do your research and you'll understand a little bit of RICO. It's not a selecting who's gonna get a RICO. There are elements, and the investigation, it's at a federal level. Okay. Oh, get it out. Oh my goodness, strong girl. Oh my goodness. Yes. You said, did he done? I mean, at least the way I'm seeing it, it's not looking too good for Diddy. That's what I'm gonna say about that. I know, right? Baby girl says she don't get my name, mommy. She says she wants popcorns. She wants some popcorns. She said, Mama wants some popcorns, some barbecue popcorns. You said even Baby Bunny gets RICO. She gets it. She gets it. She doesn't say popcorn. She says popcorns. She wants popcorns. No, you don't want popcorns? You want an egg? Okay, we'll get some eggs. Deal? Shake on it. Invisible shake. High five. All right, girl. You want popcorns too? You said Yanni, he instructed them to commit the crimes. Did he pay? I don't know if they're paid. I don't know about that, but I don't know. I will say that there are some paid trolls, but we have to kind of understand that, everybody's going to have a different opinion. What I'm finding is that the reason why people don't accept that there might be some elements met is because they don't want to, or they don't understand RICO. That's it, but yeah. You said Baby Bunny's going to be a good lawyer. I agree. She argues with me all the time. She's really good at arguing too. Her reasonings are very compelling. Yeah, with the T and an S. Yes. Not just regular, just the T and an S. That's how she says it. Okay, wait. So CNN says, hold up. Okay. She says she wanted an egg. That's how she says it. CNN says they're just kind of highlighting what we've already highlighted. So I'm not going to repeat myself to save my voice. I wouldn't want someone going through my phone if I had what I was there. So did he lie to her talking about she had compromising things on her phone or something? She's like, I don't have anything compromising. I know that he lied when he said that. Yeah. How can the defendant in a federal case like this not be forced to testify? Because this is right. I don't think he doesn't have to, and I highly doubt that Diddy's going to testify. Highly doubt it. Is it protected under Fifth Amendment for self-incrimination? Isn't that basically admitting guilt? Confused. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to that. But I highly doubt that he's going to. Oh, I don't know. And it wouldn't even be I don't think it would be like if I was Diddy's attorney, I wouldn't want him to testify. Are you kidding me? No. I would not want him to testify. All right, hold up, y'all. Okay. So they're back. And they're back. Okay, the government asked the sexual assault when they occurred when I was working for Puff. Where was the first time? The Plaza Hotel in New York for Puff's 40th birthday. Were you his personal assistant? Yes, I'd been there only a few months, she says. So she had just started. And then she was SA'd. Oh my God. That's a good point too, Lori. He could meet the elements for RICO. Oh my God, my battery just died. He could meet the elements for RICO and still be found not guilty. Why did you just die? Oh my God, this is so annoying. Hold up. Maybe I charged these batteries all night. What happened? Sorry, y'all. Let me switch this up real quick. That's a good point. Hold up, y'all. I think okay, is this it? There we go. Yeah, can we get more likes, please? And thank you. I would appreciate it. Please and thank you. You missed a lot. So I guess we're gonna get into the SA assault situation here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, here we go. I'm just trying to change the battery on the camera. Okay. All right, here we go. Sorry, I don't know if the battery died. No, and you know what? No, that is absolutely fine. You are entitled to your opinion. No, we're not. It's not even about whether you're a Diddy supporter or not. I don't think that that's what we're saying. What we're saying is that, like, if you understand the RICO elements, you understand how they're laying the foundation of this case and why it would be RICO. So when somebody says, well, what about Epstein? What about Weinstein? And then kind of like adds those in, I said, you can't really make comparisons. You know, Diddy's case is really unique. I mean, wouldn't you guys agree to that? This case right here with Diddy is like really unique. It's not your traditional, say, mobster RICO case. Like, I don't even know how you can compare it. You can't. But I don't want you to think that we would come for you or anything. Like, if anything, I appreciate a difference of opinion. I just want to make sure that if we say, if we're going to make comparisons, that we really have an understanding of what the charges are. You know what I mean? But that's it. But now that you are entitled to your opinion. Okay, Carmen says, what rooms did Mr. Combs rent out? Government asks. The penthouse. Party guests and celebrities there. What did Mr. Combs do? He asked to speak to me in the kitchen. What did he do? He had everyone else clear the room. Oh my God. Is she going to talk about this? I think so. What else? What did he say? That we're going to be working closer together. He used 2 shots of vodka each for his birthday. What did you do with the shot? I took them. They hit me hard. I usually could take it easily. Was there something in the drink? Yeah. Was there something in the drink? Yeah. I agree with you on that, Loki, that some lawyers are saying, RICO, you're right about this one. I agree with you on this one. There's some lawyers that are kind of like, I don't know if they're intentionally giving a different of opinion when it comes to RICO. And I called this out, I want to say a day ago, because Nate the lawyer had said something too, or 2 days ago, where it's like you have lawyers, legal commentators that are intentionally telling people that he's not going to jail, that this isn't it. And it very well, it might be the case. He might be found innocent. Maybe there might be deadlock. I don't know. But based on the research of RICO and what they're laying out, I could see some of the elements. I'm gonna be honest with you. And so that's why I'm like, I don't know if I don't consider you a bot or anything like that. I think you guys are entitled to your opinion. It just gets kind of hard when people make comparisons to things that I'm like, I don't know if we can. But legal commentators, which is unfortunate because I like a lot of YouTubers on YouTube that are lawyers. But I did notice that too, that they're kind of giving like shady commentary, anything for click. So, hey, everybody's got to eat, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so give me one sec, y'all. He said, clear the room. What did he say? Okay, so she took 2 shots. I'm like scared about reading more, y'all. I'm sorry. My eyes couldn't focus. His face was closed. He put his arm up on the side of my dress. He kissed me. Did you want to? No. Were you able to say no? I was shocked. I was frozen or froze. I didn't process what was happening. Was this when he was still with Cassie? Did this happen when he was still with Cassie? So now she's testifying on the S assault. CNN is saying that her voice has dropped to nearly a whisper when she confirmed that Combs essayed her and said it basically it happened sporadically through her employment. Damn. Yeah. Yeah. I agree with you on that. I think it's just engagement. That's what I said. People got to eat. People got to eat. Social media is a job. I'm making money. I got to eat too. I got to support my family. Definitely. Oh man, it's gonna detail that. Oh, Malachi, that's a good point. No update yet. Okay, she says, next thing I knew, it was morning and I was in a chair in the penthouse. How did you look at him? Like an older adult. Oh my goodness. Um, like an older adult, he was a boss or the king. What were your expectations? I thought it would never happen again. Huge accident. Oh man. This is a lot, yo. You think it was about control? Somebody said sick. This was the exact night, his 40th birthday. Oh man, they just posted a picture. They're referencing this was the night that this happened. Is that his son? Yep. He's there with the son too. I heard he was with the shits too. I don't know. That's crazy. Sorry, y'all. I got busy. Update. Well, we're right on time on the updates. I thought it would never happen again. A huge accident. Were there other times he made you feel uncomfortable sexually? Yes. I had to carry bags to my room. Upstairs was Uncle Polly. What did he say to you? Objection from Steele. Grounds? Hearsay. Algorithm says for the effect. Overruled. Okay. It's overruled. Oh man. Thank you, Yadira. Yeah, don't forget we're not seeing the exhibits a lot. Even the media isn't. That's right. There's a lot of exhibits that have not been sealed. You're absolutely right. Thank you for saying that. Damn, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. Thank you, girl. Thank you much. 40th birthday was 2010. Damn. She was there for the 40th birthday too? Exactly. Franny Law. Shout out to Franny Law. Franny Law. Shout out to Franny Law. Franny, I have a question for you. You're in the chat. Do you, based on what you've heard so far, and you don't have to answer if you don't want to, do you feel like it's met at least some of the elements or charges so far of RICO? Like, where do you stand with that in your, I don't know if you could give any insight in your thought, if you've been following so far. Okay. I'll let, if she wants to answer, it's completely up to her. Mia says, I bought the bags. He asked me to pull up something on his computer. He came in and sat next to me, leaned over me as if to put his face in the computer, like in an uncomfortable way. How did you feel? I pretended I had to go to the bathroom. Okay. Oh my goodness. RICO, yes, but the jury has to find the witnesses credible, which I do. Shout out to Franny Law, coming from a lawyer. Thank you. My beautiful, and also my wonderful mod Vicky, coming from a lawyer. Shout out to my wonderful attorneys. And Andrew, who's probably on the replay, another lawyer. We do have a couple of lawyers that support our channel. Shout out to us. Dazzler, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you. Thank you, Dazzler. Appreciate you. If you guys have been blessed by Dazzler, put some hearts, some confettis, some wine glasses in the chat. Thank you, Dazzler. You said, I hate when I'm sick of something, but I can't stop watching. I'm over this trial. We're not even there yet. How are you over the trial? We just started. You know what? It's gonna be the longest. Somebody said in the Discord said this too. They were like, "Y'all, I'm tired of this. We haven't even started, and I'm already tired of this trial." I'm not. I'm invested. I want to know what had happened. I want to know what happens, y'all. But listen, you missed it. What did you miss? Hold up. Let's see. I'm trying to like keep up. Here it is. Where were you the next time Mr. Combs sexually essay you? The Beverly Grove house. I was asleep on the bottom bunk. I wasn't, oh man, I wasn't allowed to lock the door. I woke up. I woke up and there was a weight of a person on me. Who? Puff. Oh my God. I had to stop and read that for a minute. That's too much. About Donnie and Lively next week. Well, I haven't really followed that one, so there's that. Thank you, thank you. Shout out to you, Franny Law. To be convicted of RICO, the government needs to prove 5 things. Yeah, we've said it over and over. Y'all, this is too much. All right, guys, I do have to get going because I got to go tend to some other things, and they're running longer today, and I got to stop at least by 3 on my side. It's now 3:30 or 3:22. I got to go, but shout out to everybody. I'm going to be ordering the transcripts. I have a lot of videos that I have to do, and I'm a little bit backed up, so be patient with me, but we will try to get through those. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Thank you so much for those that supported. If you hit the like button, if you gifted, super chatted, whatever y'all did. I need to get some food too. So I'm starving. Wow, both of my batteries are dead. But you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Hit the like button, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be back on. All right. Bye, guys.